Pura is a film about sisterhood, solidarity and place. During the production of the film, we really tried to explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrizia and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrizia and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that. And that was really the core of what we explored in making the choreography and the movement for the film.
Praca sama wyglądała tak, że zaczęłyśmy od rozmowy, od tego, co tu i teraz, co nas dotyka, o czym byśmy chciały porozmawiać. I Kate zaproponowała nam napisanie listów miłosnych do własnego ciała. I to był taki punkt wyjścia do naszej pracy nad choreografią. No i te listy później przetłumaczyłyśmy na język angielski, język migowy, polski język migowy. I to stało się też podstawą do tworzenia ruchu, do tworzenia języka ruchu w naszym filmie.
Dzięki temu, że wcześniej mogłem podglądać to, co robi Kate razem z aktorkami, to miałem już jakąś wizję i postrzeganie tego, jak będę chciał to przekazać w kamerze. Przy okazji słuchając tego, co ma do powiedzenia reżyser, i myślę, że dzięki temu powstało coś absolutnie wyjątkowego, innego i fajnego. Język ruchu i choreografii był tak uniwersalny, że każdy może interpretować go na swój sposób i zrozumieć go inaczej.
As a filmmaker, I like to work as collaboratively as possible, and with this film, I don't think it could have been more collaborative. It almost seems wrong to call myself the filmmaker when everybody left their mark equally on the end product of this film.
Polish name of the project?
uh, uh, Corsican dance? No, no, how to pronounce it on Polish? No, I'm sorry. Korzintanka?
Kozie to weselce.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańsza.
Kushani Tansa.
Korzenzi tanka.
I only know Cingumbre.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie dansa.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzeni tanza.
Korzenie tańca.
Roots of dance. Korzenie dansa. Okay.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam. Okay, so we are spreading our energy to the outside and we are taking the energy from the outside and we are taking inside our body.
So it is kind of mostly between a form and formless. So hence you have seen us using a lot of gestures with the hands, which we call it like Natya Shastra mudras, and then we also had a free flow of contemporary movements, like lot things going on the floor, and then abstract movements. So basically the whole this production has been about the energy, the constant energy. When you put it in a container, how you can kind of store that energy, and when there's no container, that energy still stays. So how it kind of flows in its free flow, in its free form.
Projekt Roots of Dance jest bardzo znaczący pod wieloma względami. Z jednej strony jest nakierowany na rozwój polskich młodych artystów tańca, poprzez kontakt z wybitnymi polskimi artystami, Jackiem Umińskim, Aleksandrą Dziosz, którzy są liderami tego projektu, ale też poprzez kontakt z innymi artystami z innych krajów. I to, co jest bardzo ważne w tym projekcie, to, że troszkę odwołując się do nazwy projektu, on jest zakorzeniony w tradycyjnych kulturach.
Polska kultura ludowa jest jakimś zaczynem dyskusji na temat znaczenia tej kultury ludowej w różnych innych częściach świata.
Musieliśmy sobie zadać trud odgadnięcia, czym tak naprawdę polska kultura taneczna jest, to po pierwsze, czym ona jest dla nas, jakie ma formaty obecnie w naszej społeczności lokalnej, jak ona jest w nas żywa i czy jest w ogóle żywa, jakie ma komponenty, a po drugie, w jaki sposób bardzo taki nowoczesny rozprzestrzenić ją poza granice kraju, tak aby artyści z innych państw mogli się po prostu tym naszym tradycyjnym śpiewaniem czy tańczeniem zainspirować do tworzenia własnych prac choreograficznych.
The past is a very big thing. You should realize what was there before in your past. So you realized it can give you so many details, so many impulses, and so many feelings.
So I think for any art form, dance, it's really taking certain like motions and movements and like essence and meaning from the past or from traditions and maybe retelling those stories in a modern context.
Everyone's roots have their own special element, right? Everyone's culture has something different, even though when we talk about it, it's all very similar, but there is still an identity to every culture. So by infusing culture and infusing your roots into contemporary or modern dance, it will really give you it will really make a difference when for you to stand out amongst others.
Good morning, my name is Karol Kurpiański. I am the Deputy Director of the National Institute of Music and Dance. I'd like to welcome everyone here in the Silesian Museum, as well as those watching us online. Welcome to the third day of the third Dance Congress. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage for co-participation in this important event, as well as the partner of this event, the Silesian Museum. And I'd like to thank the following: the Prime Minister, Minister of Culture and National Heritage, Professor Piotr Gliński, and Marshal of the Silesian Province, Jakub Chełstowski. I'd like to thank the media patrons such as TVP Kultura, TVP Katowice, Radio SK, Jazz Press, Taniec Magazine, Opera Lovers, Dziennik Zachodni, e-teatr, teatralny.pl, as well as websites Nasze Miasto and Moje Katowice. I'd like to thank the Theater Rozbark, as well as the ZAIX Association and Zespół Pieśni i Tańca Śląsk, which prepared yesterday's dancing event. And I'd like to thank the Chorzów Community Center, which provided us with space, as well as the Katowiczanie group. It was an amazing event. It was very. There was a lot of dance, and my condition on the floor wasn't perfect, but still I'd like to improve it. So yesterday, also thanks to Mrs. Bogumiła, let's see well the summary of yesterday, the map of ideas concerning what happened yesterday. We can see the relationships in the dance community. So please feel invited to follow our social media. So this is a work in progress to allow us to take a broad look from the outside what has been going on over the last 2 days.
Tak, a dzisiaj przechodzimy do kolejnego, siódmego.
Today, let's start with the 7th panel.
Chciałbym przedstawić
attracting the audience and promotion. Dr. Juliusz Grzybowski, an expert representing the Polish Choreology Forum. Natalia Gorzelańczyk, expert selected in an open competition. Anna Krulica, an expert representing the ZASP Association. Dr. Katarzyna Swoboda, an expert representing the Association of the Forum of the Art Dance, and Anna Włodarczyk, an expert representing the Association of Theatre Directors. Dr. Juliusz Grzybowski will be the chairperson. Welcome. I will try to be the moderator today, i.e. so that I speak as little as possible. So, let me hand over the microphone to Kasia Swoboda. Good morning. I'd like to thank the forum for selecting me in this open vote. I feel the obligation concerning representing the forum. Naturally, I'm going to take little time. I have only 10 minutes. I don't want to speak too long. I'm going to resort to some mental shortcuts, because the public, the audience is the subject of this panel, and I have the honorable function of starting this panel, and so I'd like to take on our behalf that we've had very good cooperation, we've listened to each other, we've supported each other, and which is very, very nice, because now I feel a bit nervous, but I hope you're not going to see this in my speech. Well, there are different components of the audience. The audience has different needs. It's not a uniform group. We have to remember this, because there can be different classifications of audience members, but basically people have different needs in terms of motor sense and motor skills, identity characteristics. We might have minorities, excluded groups, So I think yesterday in the accessibility panel we've learned a lot. So not only the different needs in terms of aesthetics, but also many other types of needs. And it's similar with dance. When we say or think dance, we usually have a all kinds of things, different things in our hearts, in our minds. And we have to take this into account when we talk with each other, when we talk with the audience. We don't have to agree on the definition of dance, of choreography. And we should celebrate that diversity and recognize the disproportions in terms of resource distribution, visibility. So we cannot say there are no differences, we have to note the differences, note the diversity. I'm representing the Forum Association that has members who are somehow associated with dance. We discuss the issues of diversity, different identities. And our diversity is our strength. The issue of discussing with the audience, well, diversity is great, but it is also a significant problem because there is too little understanding on the part of the audience for diversity. I think the audience sometimes do not have sufficient education, and they are more used to the more traditional understanding of dance or popular understanding of dance. I am telling this from my own point of view because I've started to research dance at the age of 30, so I haven't been doing this forever. I used to be an unqualified member of the audience. I had to gather this knowledge on my own because there are no educational structures dedicated to this area. And it's important to note that there is no canon. And let's go to the next slide. I'm going to paraphrase what you see on the slides. Well, there is no canon of history of dance, and people need basic knowledge. In Poland, people understand theater, there are visual arts, architecture, while dance is barely visible in all kinds of studies concerning culture in Poland, and certainly not in its current form, contemporary form. Well, today I'm speaking on behalf of artists dealing with the broadly understood contemporary dance. Naturally, this is within the broader problem of accepting the practices of contemporary art that is supposed to provoke, to be interdisciplinary, that does not fit well in some narrow classifications. So, well, this is an issue that I think that matters, and the failure to note, the failure to appreciate the diversity of dance results in us needing to compete for the attention of the media, of the audience, and for funds. And that's why my first request is that we appreciate each other's differences, that we note the disparity in distribution of funds, that we support each other. Naturally, I'm talking mainly on behalf of people functioning without a strong institutional authority, with just occasional financial supports. I apologize. I need to switch. and catch my breath. Institutions have the tools to develop both the regular systems for studying the audience and its development. The popular theories of development of audience are based on the tools that are in the hands of institutions. Naturally, that's theoretical because this requires funds and remodeling the philosophy of operation of multiple institutions. And for many years, I used to work in a public institution in Poland, so I know that under Polish law to conduct cultural activity, well, very often many things are impossible to do, but still they are being done. So from the point of view of the audience, well, we would need to change the way of operation of institutions in order to develop permanent relationships with the audience. We should include the audience in making up the structure of these institutions and setting the goals. An institution that is open to dialogue with a diverse audience is also a safe and secure institution and a nice place to work in, where every employee feels being a member of the vision, not only a tool for executing the goals set by managers. And naturally there is the issue of burdening people with too many tasks. So there are a lot of nuance. Both the artists supported with institutions and more independent artists. And in contemporary dance, there are more of the latter. They require the support network for their activity, development of professional staff that would promote research, mediate, educate in my opinion, choreographers may not be forced to be responsible for PR, for management, and for production of the shows. Naturally, I don't want to take away the right to choose of the artist to fulfill all these functions, but sometimes it is problematic. As a researcher, I would like to emphasize the mediation role of research into dance that we're going to discuss. This can help to understand diversity, but also to make the assumptions behind the specific artistic practices available. Speaking on behalf of independent artists, I'm not going to define these words now, because in Poland they are often just guests in theaters, museums, galleries. In my opinion, this exacerbates lack of understanding for the specific practices of dance through different institutional contexts, such as the theater context. The audience uses its understanding of guest choreographers, guest dancers, and they understand them from the point of view of other types of art, while these institutions often don't have the tools or the staff to mediate between dance and choreography practices. That's why it's so important to prepare permanent places for education, for performances related to contemporary dance, where this work of art, area of art, would be able to operate for decades. And this is the fundamental issue of how to create permanent relationships with the audience and how to promote the understanding of contemporary dance. The audience is, well, dispersed, and for the respective reasons, it's difficult to reach the audience. Thank you very much.
rola moderatora jest bardzo niewdzięczna, bo musi powstrzymywać ludzi wtedy, kiedy mają coś do powiedzenia.
No, well, people, speak when they talk and when they've got something to say. Ania?
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo
Good
serdecznie.
morning,
Jest mi
everybody.
niezwykle miło,
It is
że
my
mogę
pleasure
tutaj na
that
trzecim kongresie
I
Dance'a
can
reprezentować
represent
stowarzyszenie oraz
the association and the Directors
Drodzy
Forum
Państwo,
on this
przed chwilą
Congress.
Katarzyna przedstawiła nam
Katarzyna has just
środowisk
presented
niezależnych, ich wzajemne
the
relacje. Ja pozwolę
independent
sobie trochę
circles and their mutual relationships. Let me present the situation of the audience in cultural institutions. Now, some of the cultural institutions are facing the crisis of the audience because the theatre audience did not come back after the pandemic in 100%. At least, this is the opinion of some of the theatres. The economic situation and the geopolitical situation does play a role here. Well, that also refers to like musical theatre on theatres. But whether this crisis is just a crisis of institutions or commercial projects is another question. We have plenty of examples that festival organizations of commercial type or theater shows which are commercial do sell. The audiences are absolutely full with tickets sold out. But the question is whether a ticket price actually affects the attendance. Now, at music theatres, the average ticket price for traditional titles for like ballet is 70-90 zloty, and for contemporary dance shows or projects under unknown titles have the price at the level of 30-50 zloty. In commercial projects, those prices are way higher, as we know, and quite often they never go down below 150 zloty with all tickets sold out. What can we do in order to achieve the recipients who are going to see our productions? Very often theatres try and do promotions or discounts for the audience to attract them to come to view the shows. Let's take a look at the audience. Who is it at a cultural institution? Well, is it difficult to achieve them, to acquire them? Some of the public, the critics who come in, they write reviews and then they promote a particular title. What's important is that this title stays on show, because very often grants after the premiere, it is not played anymore. So the promotion on the part of critics, is a mess, and there are no further recipients. The next ones are people involved with theatre, such as students involved in dance, regular theatre goers, guests invited, from those who know art, the amateurs, or just average people, sponsors, customers, family, friends, dancers. But here, experiencing the show is more like really cheering when it comes to family. Those who love dance, those who go workshops of ballet studios. Institutions really put a lot of emphasis on the educational operations, because it's a future investment, building their audience, and just average people who have seen a very attractive billboard to recommending some title, or they just come over just because they're interested. And we see that audience is shrinking. And what can we do due to those material or social changes within that regard? What's very important as well is looking after the audience, the theater goers. They should feel important upon entering our institution, a theater, cultural facility. They need to feel they're looked after. When they do, we take responsibility for them, we shape their sensitivity, we affect them, we inspire them, we provoke them. The first contact with the audience is like the very good first impression. The spectator must feel we looked after them, whether they had place to park, and then individual people, like person at the till, at the cloakroom, whether they were in a good mood, whether he found people around helpful. That will make them come back, or they might recommend the institution to other people. What's of importance is also the infrastructural accessibility, which we discussed broadly yesterday. It's very important in obtaining the audience. I'm not talking about the induction loop, which should be there at the institution, but also a lift or access pathways and escalators, and that will bring the viewer, the spectators, to come and see the theater shows. How we shape the viewer, the spectator, is through the broad scope educational activities. We put a lot of emphasis on educational activities at Opera Śląska, Silesian Opera. There is a ballet studio. We have workshops, not just for kids who learn dance, not from the very early age, but also for grown-ups, because some people are at the stage when finally they have sometimes, or they just want to develop their passion and they never dance. So they have this opportunity to try something else, something new. We also have those operations which are not don't involve dance, like general stretching. These are for people who don't necessarily want to dance, but they want to look after their fitness. So this relationship is something which is developed in a nice way, like open days, theater day, or Silesian dance day, which we had on Saturday, was highly popular among those who want to dance, who want to try, but they don't come to theaters on the daily basis. So here we have the situation when a spectator feels a part of this dance and music community. Maybe they're going to get back, maybe they're going to bring their family or friends. We also have lessons where we visit schools, kindergartens, so that also builds the audience. What's very important is an individual approach to groups. Very often, if we have an organized group, we organize a meeting with a dancer so they feel special, because there was something extra, and it's not that they just saw a show, but they could meet in person. Theater, the way we analyze the audience. Of course, we do run surveys, but I think very short, simple questions when buy tickets are also of help when we want to identify our audience. The discussion of the ticket seller or customer service office, any workshops like city games, urban games, they allow us to promote the repertoire, and the social media are really good when it comes to getting to know the viewer. Areas allow us to learn about the audience and their experiences, and as well as their expectations, which are the key to efficient promotion. And I'd like to focus on the marketing forms which we use at cultural institutions, at least some of them. So we operate on the basis of threshold marketing, which is identified with amateur groups. I think that in cultural institutions it really works. A cooperation cooperation with schools, with like ballet schools, with commercial schools. Within the context of this cooperation, it would be good to have like a database where they could register and use special offer which the theaters or cultural institutions could offer. At Opera Śląska, we create a basis of people, of students who are interested in dance. They are participants of the ballet studio and their families. Those groups are created on various communication tools, so we are in direct contact. So first of all, we can notify them about additional dates or additional titles. They appreciate it because this is direct contact, so they feel they reward us outdoor advertising, newsletter, traditional media, the professional press that Anya is going to tell us about in a second, also the dailies and radio and TV. And I think now the strongest promotional tool for dance is social media. All sorts of types of reels, TikTok, fashion for choreography allow us to reach a broader group of recipients, and they stimulate their creativity. And they are a very good form of promotion which we use. The social media keep developing, and we need to follow them and follow those trends. And I think a great idea would be to create a marketing workshop which would involve social media for all units of cultural institutions and those who are involved in dance promotion. Many commercial marketing forms are also in our field, and they can use for dance promotions, for like open workshop for people who deal with dance promotion would definitely be suitable and recommended within this aspect. And social media and advertising there, well, this is the subject that Natalia Kozlanczyk will address. Thank you very much for your attention.
Halo, halo, słychać mnie? Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Great.
Ja bym chciała zacząć
I would like to start my speech with a practice of kindness and gratitude. I would like to thank the environment for voting and that you decided that I should sit on this panel. Thank you.
Myślę, że jestem też tutaj trochę z dwóch powodów.
I'm here for two reasons, really.
Jednocześnie jestem
and at the same
producentką i
time, I am
osobą
a
zajmującą się
producer,
marketingiem.
and I deal with
I
marketing.
większość z Państwa
And
zna,
most of
kojarzy.
you,
I nie mogę
I
nie
do
wspomnieć
know,
o tej instytucji w momencie, kiedy mówimy o
not to
widoczności
mention
tańca i o
this
budowaniu
institution when we talk
publiczności,
about the visibility
czyli
of
o
dance
Fundacji
and
Foundation
building
Arts
Foundation
Foundation,
Stary Browar Nowy Taniec, Old Brewery New Dance, which has dealt with visibility of dance, building the audience, and it was for the artists. None of that would happen if it weren't for Joanna Leśniarowska. She's wonderful, and I think on behalf of the entire environment, I can thank her.
Cieszę się, że miałam tą ogromną przyjemność przez ostatnie lata funkcjonowania Starego Browaru,
within the last few years of functioning of Stary Browar Nowy Taniec, Old Brewery New Dance, to be there to support the artists, to become familiar with the art of choreography and a broad view and perspective of dance. That would not be possible if it weren't for this wonderful person, founder, who spent 17 years paying from her own financial means, her own money to promote dance.
Pani Grażyna Kulczyk. Zatem jesteśmy ogromnie wdzięczni i
We
oczywiście
are very
Starego Browaru
grateful.
niestety nie ma już,
Stary
także
Browar
wszyscy nad tym
unfortunately does not
ubolewają.
exist anymore. I
Natomiast
think
myślę,
everybody
że zostało w nas
is
bardzo
sad
dużo,
about it,
dużo
but
idei, dużo
plenty of
kolejnych
ideas and
pomysłów.
further
To na
ideas
koniec Starego
remained
Browaru
in us. Like,
powiedzieliśmy,
as we
coś
said
się
at the
kończy,
very
coś
end,
się
something
zaczyna.
ends, something else
I tak
starts and
naprawdę
begins.
właśnie w Starym Browarze
And
Fundacja
at the
Station
Stary
Foundation,
Browar
oprócz tego, że działałam
Arts
producencko,
Foundation,
zaczęłam
apart
mocno
from being a
zajmować się,
producer,
interesować marketingiem,
became
ponieważ
interested
trochę
in
jest tak,
marketing
że ten
because it's a little
marketing
bit
jest
that
robiony zawsze
marketing
jakoś
is
trochę lewą
always
ręką,
done
nie ma na to
somehow,
czasu,
you know, like a sort
nie
of
ma na to
left hand
pieniędzy,
creation,
nie
no
ma na to
time,
ludzi,
no
którzy mogą
money,
tym się zajmować, bo oczywiście nie ma
insufficient numbers
pieniędzy
of people who could do it because there is not enough
na
money
osoby, na specjalistów,
for
na
people,
promocję,
for
nie ma
specialists,
budżetów
for promotions.
promocyjnych
There are
na
no promotion budgets
tworzenie marketingowych
in order
planów,
to
strategii,
create
działań. I
marketing
bardzo
plans
nad tym
and
ubolewam,
strategies,
ponieważ
and that is a problem
taniec nie będzie
because
widoczny,
dance will not be
nie będzie przynosić
visible
zysków, dopóki
because
nie
it's not
zaczniemy
going
w niego
to bring
inwestować
profit unless we
dużych
start
pieniędzy.
investing large
I
money
tutaj
in
w moim
it. And
wystąpieniu
here in
trochę
my
proponuję
presentation
nie
I
tylko
suggest
nazwanie, zmianę nazwy tego
not
panelu,
just
ale w ogóle
changing
zmianę
the name
myślenia
of the
o tym,
panel, but
nie
changing
tylko
the
o promocji
mindset
tańca, ponieważ
with regards to the promotion
taniec to
of
jest
dance, because dance is
promocja to jest
and
wycinek
promotion
marketingu.
is just a
Marketing
part
jest
of
o wiele
marketing.
szerszym
Marketing is a
działaniem,
much broader
w którym
aspect.
wpisuje się różne działania.
There are a lot of diverse activities which consist in promoting dance, but also developing the audience, developing relationships, developing best practices, writing about dance, educating about dance, and an ugly word, selling. I know many people do not like this word. It has a negative association, but in our times, I think that if we do not put a price tag on your great shows, great works, then dance will be underfunded. Because, in fact, just like my colleague Ania said, dance tickets sell for 20 or 30 zlotys. That's less than a cinema ticket, you know. So marketing and developing business relations, marketing relations, agency relations, and promoting dance, well, I wish there was a trend that there is no trouble to spend 100, 200 or 300 zloty for a ticket for a good performance, a good show. For this we need networking, we need cooperation, we need dance ambassadors, we need dance visibility, and naturally the new social media such as TikTok, where you have music and dance. It's fascinating that so many of us are afraid, but at the same time, it's the 21st century, and without promoting dance, we will never go forward. Dance will continue to be overlooked if we're afraid of marketing. I understand, I know some of you keep thinking that marketing kills art, that marketing means aggressive sales, that results in art commercialization. But what's important is that marketing and dance choreography are very close to each other. In 2021, I started to write my thesis about dance marketing, i.e. communication through dance, and the possibilities for creating communication through dance addressed at a broad audience, because all that has been happening, but to a smaller degree of awareness. So all kinds of ways of dance, flash mobs. So dance really pays attention attracts our attention, and it provides great ideas for developing relationships with the audience, with the clients. There is a lot of dance in commercials, in marketing campaigns, so dance is visible. It has always been visible. Since the dawn of time, people have communicated through gestures, movement, through their bodies. So I was really surprised when I was writing my MA thesis and then a scientific article that so far no one has noticed the phenomenon of communication through dance or dance marketing. And I'd like to tell you about this project. All right, a very important quote. I told you that just like contemporary dance and choreography are changing, marketing has been evolving too, and thinking about it has been changing too. And like the saying by Drucker, that the purpose of marketing is to make sales not needed at all, to make it redundant, meaning to develop the relationship, the need, the demand among people, so that people feel the need to participate in shows, dance performances, to make it natural, to not make it mandatory or forced, but to make it, oh, it's very nice, I can enjoy this. All right, so let me go very quickly, because I'm running out of time. I have to tell you about this. Well, as a result of my activity, my thinking about dance marketing, the Santander Foundation started Haki na Cyberataki project. At the time I was working in the Poznań Science and Technology Park. And my boss told me, Natalia, do something about it, prepare something. All right, and I thought, there's my theory that we're able to communicate through dancing. Is it possible at all? And the goal of that grant was to pay attention to cybersecurity in the internet. And there was a question: can we use dance to talk about important things? Can we emphasize the visibility of different things? It turned out the answer is yes. I thought of a motto: don't follow others or don't dance like others. So, meaning, do not let yourself be manipulated, do not submit to manipulation. And my project consisted of 3 parts. The first one, the website, www.nietańczjakcizagrają. Go ahead, check it out, read about this project. The second thing that was very important, the use of social media. And on TikTok there was dance virals, so different artists, creators would enter this campaign, and they had 20 seconds to create their interpretation of that motto, don't dance like others tell you to. It's a great metaphor, I think. And the third component was development of a beautiful and artistic video campaign developed by Magda Ośko, Maciej Bogunia and many other persons. Magda, I don't know if she is here today, but I'd like to thank her. It was a great deal of creative work. And naturally, Paweł Sakowicz, who prepared choreography and who danced, who proved that by dancing you can create commercials, campaigns in an artistic way. And the very last sentence, I'd like to encourage you to see this video, because the reaction of Santander and of the Poznań Park, Science and Technology Park, their response showed that the world of business, of marketing, is ready to to try creative cooperation with dancers, and it does not have to be associated with some negative sales in the way that we don't like. This project was developed with a great deal of freedom and thinking about effectiveness, but also so that the artistic element be very beautiful. And the very last statement, please play the video, it's 30 seconds long.
Nie tańcz, jak ci zagrają. Nie daj się złowić w sieci.
To zapraszamy, Aniu.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Jest mi również, jak pozostałym tutaj panelistom.
Good morning. It's very pleasant for me to participate in this panel. I am a representative of a new group at the section of dance and ballet, i.e. the group of critics. This happened as a result of the second dance congress, and Hania Raszewska-Kursa, who's present here, who disclosed the situation of critics in Poland, and this in turn resulted in a very strong reaction of the head of the section of dance and ballet, Monika Myśliwiec, who agreed to invite critics to her metaphoric home, the home of the ZASP Association, and one more person, Mrs. Aleksandra Dziurosz, the then director of the Institute of Music and Dance, the dance section. And thanks to these three persons, a lot can be done. We are facing a very interesting future, and I'm very glad that there is some autonomy, and I hope that after this Congress we're going to go even further. In this slide, I'd like to show some aspects that make the dance ecosystem in which we're functioning to make it work well and properly. These elements were indicated by Cosmina Costinas, a Romanian researcher who discussed democratization in Eastern Europe countries, which include Poland, naturally. When listening to what you've been discussing during this Congress, I have the impression that her notes are really correct, because she was talking about what we are discussing, i.e. what dance needs, what we need as representatives of dance, so that we can work with dignity, so that we can share our arts, fascinate other people, attract them. We need regular funding for dance projects. We need permanent sites, venues for dancing. We need specialist magazines and regular discussions about the dance, i.e. this is the role of critics. We need festivals. We need to be present and visible on an international arena. And so us as critics, we can help with that. The photograph here is from the anthology of Polish dance criticism thoughts under the supervision of Jadwiga Majewska. I'm sorry, I cut off the dancer's head, but we can see his body. So the year 2013 was very important for me. Then we had the first attempt at uniting a big group of people who work to make dance visible, to make reflection visible. Jadwiga managed to organize 30 authors And these are not all the people that write about dance. And on almost 500 pages, there were 70 reviews from different magazines dedicated not only to dance but also to many interdisciplinary works. It was a great success that this book was published. I like its title, Us, Dance. I'm going to tell you more about it soon. I would choose a different date. I would deal with dance criticism after 1974 because of the Taniec magazine, which was published starting in 1974 at the Polish Dance Theater in Poznań as a result of the Paweł Chynowski's initiative until 86. Then, well, like in dance, everything is ephemeral. The Taniec magazine has reappeared. Jadwiga started with 1989, which probably refers to democratization, and Kosmina Kostina's attitude as the change in the Eastern European countries and the appearance of and resurgence of the role of dance. So, who are the people who want to write about dance to promote artists? Well, usually we are an independent community functioning around dance festivals, your works of art. We usually have theater, music-related education from visual art. Sometimes we have philosophy education, philosophy background. We deal in humanities, and we've had a lot of opportunities for education. Let me remind you of two important initiatives from the 1990s, i.e. The Bytom initiative, the International Conference of Contemporary Dance, where great critics from the US were invited. I got to know George Jackson. I wrote with Sharon Fiedler. I got to meet Donald McDonagh, the author of the book about Martha Graham. And so great names who provided us with something that was absent from Polish universities, a great energy and knowledge about what the dance is, how to write about the dance, how to function. And the second initiative was in Poznań, where for a number of years we had the Contemporary Dance Festival, thanks to Mrs. Ewa Wyciechowska, and there were always classes dedicated to dance and dance criticism, managed by Mrs. Ignaczak, with a festival magazine that where different critics wrote reviews about the dance. So these were the two initiatives that shaped not only artists but also critics. Another example of great cooperation that really supports our community is the international meetings of dance theaters in Lublin, where you have a lot of understanding for the work of critics, or the Kaleidoscope meeting in Białystok, or the Gdańsk Dance Festival, and many other venues and events which try to take into account the conditions of our work and that appreciate that we want to be passionate about dance, our knowledge about the dance, and to support artists in their activities. Well, what can critics provide, and why is it so important that they function in that ecosystem? Well, like Anya said, I think we are the most faithful group of audience members. We cannot live without dance, and very often we are present from the beginning of your careers or from the middle of your careers. We see what's going on, we experience it, we know that what we write is important for you, because in no other community is there such a quick exchange of information. So you read, react, you call, you ask for more insightful reviews. And so this is very valuable for us, because this means that what we do is important and that we have recipients who read our pieces. Another issue that's important in terms of popular promotion, i.e. we have certain competences, instruments through which we can describe your work and make it available, make it available to some to the society and to members of the society who do not really know about dance. We can do interviews, we can do talks after performances, we can do workshops to educate audiences. We can write historical articles. We can research your work from different points of view. There are lots and lots of possibilities. So the problem is where to publish it. Where can we publish it? But that's not such a big problem, because I think I'm from a very creative and entrepreneurial community, because for lack of funds, well, there are so many independent websites, independent magazines that try to meet our needs, to provide us with the space for writing about dance, and something keeps appearing, other things keep disappearing, but not to leave you with the feeling that we want to have autonomy, a magazine. Well, I have the feeling that for the last 20 years, during which I've been writing about dance and looking at this community, I think in terms of criticism a lot has changed, which demonstrates that our work and your work makes sense, because there are more and more people writing about dance, and magazines become more and more open to articles about dance. So I think there is a great fad concerning dance, and there is a lot of interest in comparison with what was in Poland 10 or 15 years ago. Well, I think it's thanks to establishment of the Institute of Music and Dance and all kinds of support that has been provided for the community of critics. What is the most important thing for us is the functioning of the taniecpolska.pl website, which provides a continuous possibility to write about dance for multiple authors. We can find different interviews, reviews, news about people of dance, and we've been fighting to have this website, and it has been functioning quite well in all kinds of ways, in terms of funds, availability, and openness. And I think it's thanks to the management, but also to the editors. And I'd like to thank Julia Choczyk.
This is the person who has worked in this portal for longest time, and I think she spent half of her professional life to it. It means a lot to people who write about dance, and cooperation with Julia and cooperation with her as an editor. And it's not just Julia, but it used to be Witold Mrozek, Malida Małecka, Pochyra, Opolska Anna, and now Natalia Drozdowicz, Katarzyna Skiba, and Karolina Bilska. So we're very happy that we can write there. It's very important. I think all of you use this medium very often, and we have a variety of expectations and of the people writing there. I think the only small disadvantage is that it is a rather hermetic circle, our dancer circle, so we don't really come out to this average viewer and spectator who doesn't really know that taniecpolska.pl exists, but once they learn it, they're going to permeate into it. Another issue I want to mention, something that happened for myself just unexpectedly. I kept thinking that we have to fight for dancing magazines and writing, and suddenly it happened that in Poland that we have 3 periodicals that write on dance only, and the second title is Dance, Taniec. It's a quarterly which was founded in 1974. First in Poznań, then in Warsaw, and now thanks to Marianna Jesionowska. Just give me a minute, please. Thanks to you, Marianna Jesionowska, it functions as a quarterly, and you can publish there. It is also available online. There is also scientific study with the Studia Horologica, writes articles after conferences, and it's under the points system. This is a great system that we have those 3 tools, those titles that we can write about work, our work. I start thinking that the section of dance, ballet, which invited critics, is another step towards autonomy, that we can work better using the history and the visibility of it. Last time I saw 10,000 people liked the ZASP Facebook, which is within the context of people who like, various groups on contemporary dance. This number is incredible, and if we hold that tool and with this access and work with many artists, because it's not just dance artists, we have a chance to make dance become visible. As a new section, as a new group in this section, we also have our plans. We would like to start dealing in more detail with diagnosing critics in dance. So Hania Szowska-Kurci spoke about it last year. It took a bit of time to get organized, but I hope that soon we will be able to provide you with the details of this research. Also, the members who are on the section on ZASP, we would like to show those people, make them visible, and remind their career and keep them company in their career. We would like to cooperate with the Taniec Quarterly on a larger scale. We have agreement of Marianna Jasionowska, who would like this cooperation to be even closer, so she promised to join our group of critics at ZASP. We also have Polish scenes, polskie sceny polskie by ZASP, this medium which is very visible, and lots can happen there. We would like to continue educational programs, because we are very close to artists, and we can learn this circle better, and we can meet the expectations and the requirements. I need to apologize, but because I just want one thing, to show how many people are interested in dance. I just wanted to pinpoint that apart from all those titles, on dance alone there's a high interest of interdisciplinary papers, and we can write, and many people write to the bi-weekly of various titles and magazines. Didaskalia, Teatr, Pamiętnik Teatralny, Ruch Muzyczny. So these are the titles, and there's so many of them. There's so much material online which are available in paper magazines, traditional magazines. So the group of people writing about dance increased. Indication what we should deal with. Let me mention that we should seek access to daily press and regular spectators who don't know much about dance, who deal with art and culture. So that's our objectives for years to come, because we've not covered that group yet, but I hope it's going to change in the years to come, because what Natalia shown in her film, it is what we've not addressed much, because we all face problems. So dance is an incredibly nice, pretty art, but it gives us so many opportunities, there's so many options, and it involves us, and we are more and more aware of our bodiliness and how we function in the world through body. I hope they can be very good years for dance. What we would like to have changed, and what we could make easier, it is stabilization of agreements within the dance area, apart from Taniec Polska. Us as critics function as independent creators. We communicate with editorial offices through one of questions, whether we can write a text about certain issues, because we really care about that, because we really want it, and this is terribly difficult for us. On ZASP's website we've also created this contact base for critics, because we know that not all of you, those who are not involved in contemporary dance, you know that you can write to us. We specify our territorial spaces. We know where we can do. We can write about it. During the previous Congress, there was also complaints that we not get everywhere. We are independent. It's our private initiative. The earnings are such that allow us to pay for car park in a good hotel. So we're not really doing it for money. We're trying not to chip in, but we want to be there with you and function within this world. And our request is stabilization of remuneration and agreements. As you have heard, the financing issue is the weakest link within this area. Let me just add, this is very important to us. Our section of critics is incredible. It is created by Marta Sardyńska, Hanna Kurska, Agnieszka Natarewska-Siejda, Marek Zadużny, myself, Anna Królice, and soon we will have Marianna Jaśnowska join us. We would like to invite all critics because there are plenty of them in the audience, and we do hope that it will function better. And yeah, I do apologize for extending. I will try to fit in my 10 minutes, but yes, I remember my first presentation about dance when I took 5 hours. I know I can do it. I'll try to not to do it today. The basic physics. In order for something to exist, it must have space. If it doesn't have space, it's not going to exist. So these are the basic physics, really, and they apply to dance too. If dance has got its own space, it's not going to be, there, because physically it will not be possible. Detailing them, matter has some form of stability. It aims at settling at some place without changing it. In quantum mechanics, various things happen at the base, the level of basic physics of Newton-Einstein physics. Not really. If something wants to be somewhere, it's going to be there. It refers to dance and audience. The audience arriving to see dance also features some form of stability and some taste. If this audience emerges at the place where they used to appear before to see something else, well, they'll be disappointed, even if this something else is going to be good. We're not going to talk about the taste, because people look for taste and they look for place that they can identify with. So basics is the place. Secondly, this is what's supposed to be at this location. Here it is dance. And dance, as we can have promotion and we can do all sorts of weird things. If dance is not a good dance, even if we manage to lure somebody to view a show, it's not only that they're not going to come again, but they're going to spread the word that nobody should go and see any contemporary dance shows. But what can we do for the dance to be good? We get back to the question about place. For something to be good, it must become good somewhere physically. It's not that something becomes good on its own immediately. No, it's learning. And now we get back to all of the panels that we've had so far, of the opinions of the prelocutors, education, promotion. It's hard work. It's not so easy just to come out and dance. All sorts of people have all sorts of ideas. You are well aware of how difficult it is to find a form and how difficult it is to maintain the form. I'm perfectly aware of that because I talk to my students and graduates. Very often they hit this pure lack of ability to exercise, to train. They have a project, they have a grant, they can train and practice for 2-3 weeks, and then they've got no space. And those manners to build dance up plenty And I'm not going to repeat what we've already heard. In fact, this role that I've been given, I'll deal with a small part that serves this promotion, which is science. The academia. We're not going to discuss what it is. We can ponder over how it functions, why we can find it beneficial. So unfortunately, academia is a feudal system. Well, at least for us it is, where we have paranoble titles, we have habilitation professors. In order to show you how it works, let me show you a story from a conference in Lublin when we went to lunch and waiter brought some soup and he gave the soup to the first person sitting at the table and he was told off by a professor who was sitting at somewhere else. Why would you give the soup to a PhD, to somebody with a doctorate first if the professor's plate is empty? How are we supposed to function in this environment with our PhDs? I understand, yes, PhD, Grzybowski, yes, this is amazing, where did he manage to do that? I'll tell you how you do habilitation, because I'm just going through the process. At the moment, I wanted to it at philosophy sector. So philosophy sent info. No, when you do dance, it's best, cultural studies. Cultural studies said, oh, dance, not necessarily. So they told me to go back to philosophy to a different city, and then they sent me to cultural studies, and then they started sending me to literary studies, and they sent my work yet to a different literary studies department, and they have regulations that they have to.
I was called by the manager of the scientific board, but she said, we have to, but you don't have to, so if you don't want to... And that's the way we've been functioning. And how are we to work this way? Well, there are two ways. Both are difficult. One way is to develop your own scientific community. I've been trying to do this on the basis of the Polish forum, and of which I am a president since this year. And from what I know, the Polish choreology forum, and I don't want to say that it's the biggest one. I was recruited to it during the first dance congress, so there is a loop, now. During the third event, I am a representative already of the forum. That's a place that attracts different kinds of people from different forms of art. Dance is a sort of a world. Through dance, we want to describe everything, and there are a few of us, so we create galaxies. So, sometimes we need millions of light years to reach each other, and sometimes it's good to have a place where we can realize that we exist. An example from yesterday, I was smoking, I was talking to Paulina Wojciechowska, and while talking, just it was dance related because we keep talking about the dance. And it turned out that a component of my work I've been dealing with concerning a dance on Achilles' shield has been interpreted in a wrong way for 2,500 years. And by meeting in an open group, because there is a tendency that you like if you surround yourself with people who think similarly. That's why we shut ourselves in our bubbles. You are representing Oberek or Marta Graham, or he is the best, she is the best, and we feel best then. And we need a place where we can meet, realize that we exist. The second way that I would recommend is so-called independent hero journeys. That's what I've been dealing, i.e. I go to some tropical conference, such as the Polish Philosophy Conference, the aesthetics section, and the list of abstracts there was thicker than my book. I don't want to tell you how thick my book is, but the list of abstracts was thicker, which might be impossible. I was the only person to talk about dance. And I remember the audience saying, what is he going to talk about, you know? So these people, the kinds of like spirits, for them dance is just like stamp collection. All right, you keep dancing and that's okay, but why are we supposed to provide you with funds? And to a degree it's correct, because the correct way of thinking, because it's based on a correct premise, i.e. people assume that work is unpleasant, and suddenly they meet people who do something with pleasure, so this can't be work. And it's not only for with respect to dance. I promised I wouldn't speak too much. I was looking at my female colleagues here who talked too much and thinking, how can they? And now, naturally, I understand them completely, and I apologize for looking at them with menace in my eyes. One small thing: when I have a break, I'll go to my car. I'll bring you 4 issues of choreology, Studia Choreologica. Because yesterday you were picking them up without knowing that you can, and today you can with a clear conscience. If you feel bad about taking one yesterday, today you can do it with a clear conscience, you know. One last thing. Well, it's a story that I've been talking for many times, and if you've heard it, you can just leave the room. You know, but it's worth repeating. We're talking about some minimum things, such as someone should pay us, we need a room, we don't need a ceiling, but we need the floor. But it was by chance that I started dealing with history of dance. I thought it was a very small component, but it turned out these are significant issues that basically at the beginning of philosophy, dance was one of the main categories. Many philosophy categories are dance-based. Plato believed that our soul was dancing, so our objectives are not, well, the point is not only to make ourselves feel good, but for the world to feel good, and I believe that there is no other way, that dance can save the world, and maybe it's only dance that can do it. And now, so the story takes place in Greece. We're sitting in the evening, drinking moonshine from Crete, and I was trying to understand the contemporary Greek language. I only knew the old Greek language, so I didn't understand anything from the contemporary language, but I was just listening to the melody of language. There were 2 Greeks speaking to each other, old persons, more than 60 sculptors. And they didn't really look like dancers in terms of their bodies. And one moment I started to understand what they were saying. It's a Bible miracle. The next day that gift was taken away from me, but at that time I understood, and one was talking to the other. You know, we managed somehow with our daughters. There was a financial crisis. We managed the financial crisis. we will survive. But you know, one was saying, one old Greek to the other Greek, if they took away our dance, we wouldn't be here. These are the stakes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Zapomniałem o swojej prezentacji.
I forgot about my presentation.
Teraz wracam do roli moderatora.
So again, I'm going to be the chairperson here of this panel. So, well, please feel invited to ask questions. My contact lenses are -7 and are too weak, so I do not see very well. Can we present some requests? I'm talking to our well, while looking for the questions, let's present our request, okay? Yes, we have about 40 minutes for questions, so we have a lot of time. So let's read our requests, because the Congress is organized so that we can, in a group of panel members, to develop our requests. So our requests are professional research into the audience of dance in Poland that is independent, free, that is free from prejudice, and so that we can research dispersed audience, so that we do not exclude any areas of dance, even those underfunded, so that we can look into the nuance. Well, a permanent place for presentation, production, education and research into contemporary dance, which I hold dear, support for the system of operation of shows, which is very close to criticism, because sometimes if a show is performed only once, critics don't want to write about them. And, you know, there is a vicious circle, you know, it's a problem. And, well, if we found a venue for experimental interdisciplinary shows, that would be very great if we could. Yeah. Stability for contracts and salaries in dance criticism areas. That's very important, so that we have critics who have continuous employment. Then consolidation of the research community in Poland and recognizing the differences in terms of methodology, approaches, systemic introduction of theory and criticism of dance and choreology at universities, and the proposal for a bibliography database. I know that Hania Waszewska-Kurce has already done a lot of work here. She has been collecting bibliographies about dance, and it's a good idea to, you know, to add to her work. We've been talking, let me say, as a collective group, we've been talking about marketing, so dedicated marketing trainings for employees of cultural institutions, freelancers dealing with promotion, marketing, sales, customer service. And the next panel will say that there is money that's needed for that, and institutions often lack money for this. And, well, that's it, the 5 requests that we have prepared. So now I'm handing over the mic to the chairperson, and please feel free to ask questions. Let me start. I have the mic. I got Agata Rzeczkowska, Nowa Fala Foundation, Loco Movement Makers Collective from Warsaw. I am a woman, a blonde, wearing a red blouse, dark blue pullover, red and blue trousers, and sports shoes. My identification is, I identify myself as a woman, My pronouns are she, her.
Chciałam powiedzieć postulat, który bardzo dla mnie
So
się pojawił ważny.
The request concerning trainings dedicated to people dealing with promotion and marketing is very important. As a representative of a foundation and an NGO foundation and organization, maybe many persons working in NGOs will agree with me. And my opinion is that usually what we cut the funds for promotion, and because, well, we have to pay the artists, we have to organize everything, and then, well, the money that's usually reduced is the money spent on promotion, marketing, dissemination. So, and then what do we do? Well, we look for volunteers, best case from the young generation who know social media, who can do some feeds, and it's very chaotic. I'm not saying that everyone does that. There are many organizations that have funding and that take a very professional attitude to it, but my request is that we organize such trainings because they would be very useful, and the good example is trainings from the Adam Mickiewicz Institute, Creative Desk Polska, Creative Europe Desk Polska. These are 4-hour webinars dedicated to promotion of culture that attract very interesting people associated with marketing and promotion of culture. And we would really be appreciated in dance, because dance is underrated. It's at the very end of the list of culture classifications. So it would be awesome if the National Institute of Music and Dance took into account the request to have such webinars organized. That would be the achievement. It's the achievement of the pandemic. Most effects were negative, but there are some positive ones, and the webinars are positive enough that they reduce the costs of transportation, accommodation, per diems, and we can meet in any place, from all kinds of places in Poland. And I'd like to thank Natalia for her short but interesting presentation. And for example, one of such great persons that could tell us something more, that could be, well, Natalia, because, you know, we're looking for new ways of promotion, of finding new audiences, and so, well, we request that such webinars be organized, that they are free, so that, well, we can just meet not only as cultural institutions but also NGOs, so that we keep training ourselves.
Now, I'm addressing those who watch us on YouTube, that you may ask questions as well. I am rather undereducated here, and I don't know how, but I've got information that those questions are going to be visible on the screen, so you may ask as well. I see we have questions here. Krzysztof Liniak, Polish Horology Forum, also primary school teacher and doctorate student at the philosophy department at the University of Jagiellonian University of Krakow, but also write about dance, and I also see you at various conferences. But as a practitioner, I'm going to mention what I spoke during the last Congress, including the dance content in all curricula and models in all spectrum of dance, from Grabdaing through to Niżyńska. We have a beautiful book on now, through to other things, such as we have the content on architecture and other fields. So this is the request that I find really difficult. I know the basis. I wrote about the Polish dance, that it's just not there. So how are we supposed to build the audience if it doesn't associate dance as a cultural heritage and good, which can be contacted on a daily basis? And another aspect which I associate, because we have several phenomena which are worth noticing: infantilization of dance, showing it as a female ballet dancer. This is the role of our environment, our circus, that we avoid that we show it as a job, as a profession, as art, but not just a female ballet dancer, but terrible commercialization. I know examples of children who have watched like a TV show and they stopped dancing because they said, we would never dance like they do, you know, in the dancing with whatever have you, even though they had great teachers. And that's the case, unfortunately. As a person who deals with dance, who writes criticism and scientific articles, I would recommend that we enhance horology studies and the articles Horologika and Taniec. Those magazines, unfortunately, will not be published in English, and they used to be. They just have no funds for that. And when we talk about promotion, it's not just promotion right here, but if we have scientific magazine which has articles in English, then it goes outside of Poland, then the interest in Polish dance can occur among foreign circles, not just on a domestic scale. I know Horologika and Ursula really makes her efforts for our magazine to be available also elsewhere. But not everybody reads in Polish. That's it when it comes to the comment on my part. Education, audience, why is it happening? It is happening, really. But it's also our, you know, it lies with us, with critics, with dancers writing about it. Thank you. If I may refer to at least one aspect that has been addressed, because there have been plenty of subjects. There is this problem which keeps reoccurring. How is professional dance, how is it supposed to function that it doesn't embarrass those who dance on a daily basis? I remember when I was on like a dance team, you know, well, I'm not going to comment on my skills there. We would come to dance and other people would just step off. You know, they felt embarrassed, mortified. So how do we do it in order not to cause such damage? I can just say that it was several months ago, we went with Litos by Jacek Owczarek, and there was a discussion. And there were girls who practiced jazz, and they asked us about the technique, and they learned none. That there aren't moves which are pre-arranged. That this dance came from the bodies of the dancing people, and that's what it's about. That's everybody's body is different, and it doesn't matter if they're going to dance one piece better or worse. Of course, there are techniques where it looks like that. But that's not what dance is about. That's not the value of dance. So people don't perceive the value of dance as somebody, you know, colloquially speaking, you know, as somebody who can raise their leg high or not. Oh, there are people online. At the higher educational level with regards to dance and choreography, are they regular classes, workshops on manners of promotion of art marketing? Somebody in the audience says yes, then yes. I'm thinking of the Łódź plan. There are. I'm not really that familiar. If there aren't, then I think there should be. At least some elementary ones. So within that respect, if I get back to Łódź, I'm going to take a look of it. I just don't know where I should look now, because I see the screen there and I see the audience here. Yeah, when I get back, I will just check it out, and if not, I will lobby for it to be created. We have next question. Maybe, you know, I got up today stood up to be more visible. The word marketing is the manner of managing customers' needs. Within this context, it would be worth considering about the product they offer, because you've not spoken about product. I know that the dance is the product, is the artistic offer, but let's find one word of the essence of dance which we could have here spread out. What is the essence of one word of dance? Let's seek that, and that'll be the message. Some good examples of more spontaneous marketing. After many years, Teatr Wielki in Łódź had restored the New Year's Eve ball. I think it's a form of promotion of a place, of dancing, of prestige, of this ball where we meet and we dance to the music of musicians of Teatr Wielki. When director Dzierżanowski was the director of Łódź Philharmonics, he created relationship with the audience. There was listening lessons conducted by the director. He would introduce us to the music. He played dissonance, aleatories, etc., etc. There were wonderful lessons organized, and he encouraged people. The Salon Przyjaciół Philharmonii, Philharmonics Friends Association. We spoke to musicians who spoke about their musical instruments. We were wondering whether we could meet ballet dancers who would show their workshop to the audience, maybe encourage them to some exercise, not to dance. We also had university concerts, which were under Lech Dzierżanowski's initiatives, where some of the audience for 10 minutes before the concerts, they would show their own scientific work, which was somehow related to the work, like philosophy. Mr. Gensler spoke about infinity or lack of non-finite objects on the basis of the unfinished symphony. So we don't need great events. We just need some small initiatives which mean we are close to the director, musicians, the audience. We learn to know them. So therefore, that's what we deal with. So there are many people in the audience, and you are, oh yeah, you are at the concert today, oh cool. So I'd get back to my question. If you were to use that one word, don't, play to, with your narrative. What is dance? What is showing it and selling to the others?
Nie wiem, bo dostałam mikrofon i nie wiem, czy
I'm
mówić,
not
czy
sure if I
wyszukujecie
got
odpowiedź na to
microphone.
pytanie.
No, we seek the answer and you can ask a question.
Dzień dobry, Hanna Reszewska-Kurska,
Hanna
Mariza Inkit,
Reszewska-Kurska,
Chciałam tylko
I am
doprecyzować
she,
jedną
her.
rzecz, bo
I
padła
wanted to
informacja,
specify one thing
dziękuję
with this
Ci, Kasiu,
information.
że
Thank you, Kasia,
wspomniałaś o tym,
that
że
you've mentioned
część pracy nad
that some of the
bibliografią
work on
tańca,
the
tego, co
biography
pisano o
of
tańcu w Polsce,
dance,
jest już
what is
wykonana.
written in Poland,
Natomiast
it's already
absolutnie to nie
done.
jest tylko
It's not
moja
just
praca nad tym,
my
żeby było
work
jasne.
on that.
Bibliografia zagadnień tańca
Bibliography
za
on
lata
dance issues
1967-2017
for 1967-2017
Aleksandra Kleinrock,
is by
Zuzanna
Kleinrock, Kopidura, Hanna Korzewska-Kursa.
W jedną osobę wykonanie tej pracy
Doing this work single-handedly by one person would not be doable. It was work of 3 people, and let me add that the previous period, 1945 until 1967, were done by Ostrowska and Landbe. So it's never been a one-person event. Yeah, I provided this information spontaneously, so I promised that in my presentation I wouldn't name any names in order not to avoid enemies. You just sit in front of me, I know you, so I do apologize all the other people I've not mentioned. I also said that one of them was Hanna.
Tam już dalej nie widzę przez tak naprawdę reflektor.
I can't see through the reflector,
Absolutnie jest to grupowa
through the limelight, so this is group work, and of course if anybody feels like they've been avoided, it's not my intention.
Są cudowne I gwarantuję Ci, że nie poczuły do Ciebie
No, those people are wonderful, I can tell. I'm pretty sure they're not complaining. So now we could repeat their names. If I may add votum. When you speak about the areas, in which those things are happening, National Institute for Music and Dance has a program, Białe Plamy, White Spots, which I understand financed this work, so I recommend it. Let me correct it. It was co-financed. Yeah, it was co-financed. Yeah, co-financed.
Ale w tym programie jak najbardziej.
In this program,
20
definitely so.
podzielone na 3 osoby na roczną
It was
pracę.
divided into 3 people per annual work. Let me I would invite you to use the Białe Plamy, White Spots, because there is this spot, there is the place for criticism and of Polish dance where it's implemented. Do we have an order here of? The problem is that we can't see you because light is blinding us, so the people are passing on the microphone. So this is the great problem.
Ja oddałem swój głos panu, bo ja właściwie wszystkim chciałbym oddać głos, bo ja
I would like to give, the floor to everybody because I am not from your circles. Wearing black corduroy, white shirt, and my deathbed is rather sublime. This is a great panel because you touch the most important issues, because you have this charisma, which I congratulate you on. You mentioned important things. You need to have a good product. That's not enough. You, of course, can use the word promotion, marketing, and all those nice words. It's not enough. There is time when that needs to be sold. I know it's a rather vulgar product. Nobody has got it. You don't even realize the most important thing, that you are doing something which gives you such satisfaction and pleasure, and they just pay you very little. And there is a situation when it seems that the main task is getting a sponsor of Ministry of Culture, of NGO, or foundation. I think at this stage we could get back to the essence of the panel because time is limited. The situation that you were in when you were at a conference, so at the moment, so the example is very good. If the circle and the environment, as you sit here, you have 5 days of sales, so there will be like the sales doctorate. It will make it easier for you.
chciałbym się znaleźć w takiej sytuacji.
And I would like to be in a situation a few years' time if I were invited, where I am from Warsaw, and we came here with my other half who maps this congress. In Spodek there are thousands of people, and the thousands of people went to see MMA. I would like to say one thing. I have a dream. I have a dream that I come here in several years' time. I meet you here, where at the Congress there aren't like 150 people, but it's full house, 300 people, and 11,000 in Spodek. All your types of dance give a show for the entire circle and environment, not just yours, but all those people who live here in Katowice.
Dobrze. Tak, dziękujemy panelistkom i paneliście.
Thank you, dear speakers, for these valuable insights and for the ideas that you try to adapt in practice with regard to promotion and development of image. My name is Iwona Wojnicka. We did the Warsaw Dance Museum with my colleague. Now I'm in Huddersfield University, where I continue my research, this project, and with a different point of reference, I'd like to refer to what Juliusz was saying, i.e. the recognizability of our publications in English-speaking media. It seems that very valuable studies, works of our critics and of the people writing about dance in Poland could be more recognized. Which would help find a common ground, because I experience a lot of interest concerning the community, the research movement in Polish dance from English-speaking researchers. But after several publications that are available, it's difficult for me to recommend something to them. And it might seem that an exchange like that would be valuable, because we have a lot to offer, and there is an expectation that we will join dialogue in that language. I think it's worth it, because we all, to a higher or lesser degree, we all use literature in different languages. So, and I forgot the last thing that I wanted to add. I remember. Joanna Stasina. It concerns this panel. So we've been talking about the grassroots work. Yesterday I referred to it concerning the scene for stage, but we haven't been talking about foreign promotion of Polish dance. So what about the Polish dance platform? I will answer this question at the end of the Congress. All right, in 3 hours. Well, we keep repeating this, not only in the dance industry, but maybe most as the most underfunded area of art. And during the first Congress, the Minister of Culture said it, nothing has changed. So there is the issue of money for translations. I dare write in English, but what we need is support. It was shown on my slide. I didn't list all the jobs, but well, translations and translators should be supported. We need additional funds, choreology studies, translation of texts for Taniec Polska, so that we can send out these publications. So it's a standard issue.
Jak najbardziej. Chyba mikrofon gdzieś powędrował.
We need a microphone to be able to hear you.
Niestety nie widzimy.
Chciałam jeszcze nawiązać do tego, bo nie mam pewności, czy na przykład
I'm not sure
kongres tańca
whether
tłumaczony na angielski.
is Dance Congress translated into English?
To bardzo bym prosiła.
Yes, all right. So we need a link for this so that I can make it available.
Ja myślę, że to też jest świetna okazja,
It's a great
żeby
chance.
podziękować naszym wspaniałym panom i państwom tłumaczom.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Dziękujemy za ten głos.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank our interpreters and translators. And to answer Iwona's question, this Congress is being streamed. It's going to be on YouTube in Polish version and with the version translated into English. All right, I will promote it. I hope it's going to promote Polish dance, I'm sure. Yes, let me address what you've been saying, Iwona, because I'm interested in what articles should be translated, because, well, these are some initiatives that we could dream that the Institute might undertake, because several publications have been created, several publications thanks to Kasia Swoboda. There is a publication about Kantor and Schlemmer, bilingual. So there is a large book published in Radło, bilingual too, concerning dance about after 1989 in Eastern Europe. So what kind of subject would you like to have translated? I think a book about modernism is going to be available in Polish and English, managed by Professor Wojtek Klimczyk. So there are several books, and naturally everything should be translated, but the saddest thing is that sometimes we do not have a Polish version of dance history, you know. Well, it's a very good... Well, I apologize, AC. There are publications, at least several, but their availability, well, should be improved. So that we can make it available, so that we can organize a conference and invite guests from abroad, so that we can provide a link. So there are lots of different opportunities, but I know that there are people who deal with such promotional activities in a much better way, such as Anya. You know, there are some people from our community, and it seems to me that every study is valuable. Do we have more than 10 publications? More than 15? Including Studia Choreologica? No, not so many, but it's still the problem addressed by Julius, that we're not really present at universities, and so some critics, and I think that's the characteristics of Poland, that many critics are independent. There is a nice initiative in Hispana where we have 3 people employed on a permanent basis, Hania, Agnieszka, and one third person. So this initiative is supposed to be expanded in the future with independent researchers. That's the first initiative that may help organize regular research into Polish dance. I'm a very optimistic person. I want things to be published in English, but I have a feeling that sometimes in Polish we haven't prepared the entire history of Polish dance. That's what we're lacking, and we have to start with Polish or with Polish and English at the same time. All right, yes, really. We have to work simultaneously or consecutively. Well, so technically speaking, there are two issues. Well, we need new and new things. If you look at scientific publications, the bibliography includes new publications. People don't read just the old publications. It's not a good thing. Well, and plus translation of contemporary texts, publications, not only concerning dance in Poland, but also we know something about dance in Greece, tango, etc. So sometimes the things that we say could be promoted in the world, and so that's live translation, so that we have bilingual texts. I prefer two bilingual publications. I don't want to just switch to English, because then we will lose something. The second thing is that there are lots of very decent texts related to dance that are not present in the global circles, because in my sector I know what's going on, and so I can tell you clearly that texts which are popular in English-speaking publications are often much worse than we have here in Poland.
Przepraszam, już tak wejdę, bo boję się, że kończy się.
Good morning.
Dzień dobry,
Aleksandra Muszyńska. Hello, Mrs. Ella. I was first. I will try to do it fast. So two things. First, well, it's a request, because at the end of the Congress, well, we have just 1 hour to summarize. The question is, could we spare half an hour from this to just, have some more dialogue from the audience? Because I'm now stressed that we have to make haste, and it would be very nice if we did not leave without discussing some issues. And second thing, thank you very much for your statement. I'd like to add something about audience development, because today I represent the Holobion collective, which promotes art among families with children. And with regard to audience development, well, it's difficult, and we are dealing with small children too. And I would like to encourage people who have institutions to treat that kind of art seriously, not to label it as something extra, something additional, some additional thing at a festival when some funds are left, because, well, that's just as a side note. And thank you very much for your speeches. Thank you very much. It's my turn now, yes? All right, finally. I took the microphone even though I told myself I wouldn't speak about anything not connected to the law. And I'm very grateful to the entire community for choosing me as an expert. And, well, in fact, I should keep talking about this law when discussing any kind of issue. It's very important to develop the status of an artist as such, including in our specialty related to all kinds of activities in dance. So, please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, this is a great chance for us and for you to get rid of some problems. I'd like to thank you for going deeper and going into a broader perspective in terms of 1989, because there is a book that you can buy, the Polish representation ballet, and the subtitle is The Dream of Power. Every panel shares the same dreams that we had in the 1920s, so there are lots of books. And many problems were already addressed in those books. And, well, I'm wearing dance. I have been wearing dance since age 4, and now I'm 73, so, for me some points of view, and well, there are people who can talk about the 20th century. We know we've resolved many issues we've addressed, but not resolved them completely. Maybe I'm grateful that we have congresses. I'd like to thank the National Institute for organizing these congresses. Let's hope there will be another one. But we need more discussion in some groups, because these discussions develop knowledge, develop assistance, and develop the status of dance artists. And that's why, well, I'm going to talk to Mr. Juliusz Grzybowski, a doctor during rehabilitation process. You should, Frederick Lange's biography should be mentioned also, because he received the honorary doctorate title because I was a supervisor in the Frederick Chopin University, and we managed to grant this title. Madam Professor, we have one more question. We apologize. So that title should have been granted before he died. Well, as a habilitated doctor, so professor with habilitation, well, we can upgrade dance through professorships, artistic activities, not at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, but in places where we have the staff that can promote the scientific path through artistic activities, and that's something that we are still behind on, and it's still not the same level as a university. I'm aware of what I'm saying, so let's look after our distinction and promotion of our works, and let's look after the research of dance. Let's remember some things are being done at universities, others are not. There is little marketing, and it's a wrong direction. We really lack professionals. Dear professor, please finish, because we have one more question. Yes. After during the break, we'll be able to talk. All right. The last question. Well, the panel started several minutes late, so I guess we still have several minutes. But we do not want to exert pressure, so. It's a difficult role to play. I'd like to address the prices for shows. Well, I think these prices should not be too high, because then we would have hierarchy that and I think it's up to us as authors, creators, managers, producers, to have a situation that we talk to theaters, talk to institutions, to make these prices, similar to prices for a theater play. For a musical has higher prices, but I think we are worth it, and that's something we should negotiate. And I hope us as choreographers, I hope we will not have to keep talking to theaters. I hope there's going to be a supportive system, so that there are producers who negotiate on our behalf. Thank you very much for this statement, and I really have to finish. But we started several minutes later. No, I have the information that we have to finish, but we started several minutes later. I apologize. I have a great request. Please, we are organizers. We want to provide you opportunities for talking without end, but still will not cover all the subjects. And this is the space that we have to share. You're talking about many different things, such as sharing space. For example, I have my obligations. And a great French dancer called Mademoiselle Nom. I think you know who I'm talking about. My pseudonym could be Messier No, and it's my task to finish this discussion sometimes. I'd like to thank for these talks. I hope they are going to continue. even between the respective congresses. And on this occasion, I'd like to, we talk about publishing, documenting. As the National Institute of Music and Dance, we try to do this right here. I'd like to tell you all to remember about all the figures in people of Polish dance, regardless of where they live, in Poland or abroad. I don't want to name names because there are many, many names. And, well, Professor Henryk Konwiński, well, let's extend a great, let's show we have respect for them. Joanna Szymajda, all the activities undertaken by Aleksandra Dziurusz, such as the Polish Dance Chronicle, that should become the virtual museum of dance. And thank you very much. Enjoy your meals.
Pura is a film about sisterhood, solidarity, and place. During the production of the film, we really tried to explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrycja and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrycja and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that. And that was really the core of what we explored in making the choreography and the movement for the film.
Praca sama wyglądała tak, że zaczęłyśmy od rozmowy, od tego, co tu i teraz, co nas dotyka, o czym byśmy chciały porozmawiać. I Kate zaproponowała nam napisanie listów miłosnych do własnego ciała. I to był taki punkt wyjścia do naszej pracy nad choreografią. No i te listy później przetłumaczyłyśmy na język angielski, język migowy, polski język migowy, i to stało się też podstawą do tworzenia ruchu, do tworzenia języka ruchu w naszym filmie.
Dzięki temu, że wcześniej mogłem podglądać to, co robi Kate razem z aktorkami, to miałem już jakąś wizję i postrzeganie tego, jak będę chciał to przekazać w kamerze. Przy okazji słuchając tego, co ma do powiedzenia reżyser, i myślę, że dzięki temu powstało coś absolutnie wyjątkowego, innego i fajnego. Język ruchu i choreografii był tak uniwersalny, że każdy może interpretować go na swój sposób i zrozumieć go inaczej.
As a filmmaker, I like to work as collaboratively as possible, and with this film, I don't think it could have been more collaborative. It almost seems wrong to call myself the filmmaker when everybody left their mark equally on the end product of this film.
Polish name of the project?
Corsican dance? No, how to pronounce it on Polish? No, I'm sorry. Korzintanka?
Kozie to pensarse. Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańsza.
Korzeni tańca.
Korzenzi tanka.
I only know Cingumbre.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzenie dansa.
Korzenie tańca.
Korzeni tańca.
Korzenie tańca. Roots of dance. Korzenie tańca. Okay.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam. Okay, so we are spreading our energy to the outside and we are taking the energy from the outside and we are taking inside our body.
So it is kind of mostly between a form and formless. So hence you have seen us using a lot of gestures with the hands, which we call it like Natya Shastra mudras, and then we also had a free flow of contemporary movements, like lot things going on the floor, and then abstract movements. So basically the whole this production has been about the energy, the constant energy. When you put it in a container, how you can kind of store that energy, and when there's no container, that energy still stays. So how it kind of flows in its free flow, in its free form.
Projekt Roots of Dance jest bardzo znaczący pod wieloma względami. Z jednej strony jest nakierowany na rozwój polskich młodych artystów tańca, poprzez kontakt z wybitnymi polskimi artystami, Jackiem Umińskim, Aleksandrą Dziosz, którzy są liderami tego projektu, ale też poprzez kontakt z innymi artystami z innych krajów. I to, co jest bardzo ważne w tym projekcie, to, że troszkę odwołując się do nazwy projektu, on jest zakorzeniony w tradycyjnych kulturach.
Polska kultura ludowa jest jakimś zaczynem dyskusji na temat znaczenia tej kultury ludowej w różnych innych częściach świata.
Musieliśmy sobie zadać trud odgadnięcia, czym tak naprawdę polska kultura taneczna jest, to po pierwsze, czym ona jest dla nas, jakie ma formaty obecnie w naszej społeczności lokalnej, jak ona jest w nas żywa i czy jest w ogóle żywa, jakie ma komponenty, a po drugie, w jaki sposób, bardzo taki nowoczesny, rozprzestrzenić ją poza granice kraju, tak aby artyści z innych państw mogli się po prostu tym naszym tradycyjnym śpiewaniem czy tańczeniem zainspirować do tworzenia własnych prac choreograficznych.
The past is a very big thing. You should realize what was there before in your past. So if you realized, it can give you so many details, so many impulses, and so many feelings.
So I think for any art form, dance, it's really taking certain like motions and movements, and like essence and meaning from the past or from traditions, and maybe retelling those stories in a modern context.
Everyone's roots have their own special element, right? Everyone's culture has something different, even though when we talk about it, it's all very similar, but there is still an identity to every culture. So by infusing culture and infusing your roots into contemporary or modern dance, it will really give you it will really make a difference when for you to stand out amongst others.
The piece that you just saw is called Dikir, choreographed by Raziman Sarbini, a former dancer of Us Dance Company. This piece is actually derived from the traditional Malay folk dance and music in the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, from Kelantan, that uses a lot of repetitive movements And in this piece particularly, he explores on the traditional movements that can be portrayed in contemporary perspective.
Tradition is something that is very important. Personally, for me, I can say maybe we are not always aware of it, but I think it's some kind imprinted in our minds, bodies, and if we are talking about dance, then we can say in our body language.
Somewhere we feel that we are all connected as art and humanity is connected, where I find the same impulses when I heard the songs of the mountains when I visited in this project in the Poland, in the highlands, the kind of dance, the kind of music, the kind of voice they use in their music, the spontaneity and the energy. I find so much of similarity with the songs and music from our mountains in India, not the Himalayas, but the northeastern part of India.
Polish people in the mountains, they live like Georgian people is living in the mountains. Also the dance and dance emotion and that strong feel is very similar.
ჩემთვის ჩემი ცეკვა და მოძრაობა ყოველთვის არის ძიება. ძიება გზის, საით უნდა წავიდე. ვფიქრობ, ალბათ დაკარგული ვარ ხშირ შემთხვევაში, ამ მდგომარეობით ვიწყებ მოძრაობას და ყოველთვის ვეძებ რაღაც გზებს. და ეს გზების ძებნა ალბათ არის ბრძოლა. ბრძოლა ამ გზებთან თუ საით უნდა წავიდე და ყოველთვის გამოდის რომ რაღაცა ძლიერს ვეჭიდები რა. ამ ძლიერთან ჭიდილში მეც ძლიერდები და ჩემი ცეკვაც არ ვიცი, ალბათ მეომრის ცეკვას უფრო გავს.
Nawiązanie z jednej strony do kultury ludowej oczywiście, ale też idąc głębiej, znacznie głębiej, jest to powrót do zmysłów, czyli rozumienie bardzo, o wiele bardziej głębokie niż nam się wydaje tego, co nas otacza i w jaki sposób kultura powstaje.
We all have some kind of common roots and common genes, and those things make dance really powerful, because going into something deeper and more meaningful, which connects all the culture, is something that makes people understand better and communicate better together.
I was really excited to be asked to come to Poland, to the Roots of Dance project. And my background is I'm Colombian, I dance flamenco, and I'm also interested in contemporary dance and mixing some of my roots and my flamenco tradition into contemporary movement, into more contemporary context.
I would definitely say it was very inspiring the first time when we heard about this whole project online. In our daily rush of life and rush of, achieving this, achieving that, we forget, we kind of overlook the main thing, like from where we began, like what was the initiation point, what was the root.
Był to projekt przede wszystkim, gdzie szukaliśmy korzeni tańca. Patrzyliśmy się, w jaki sposób tradycje można przetworzyć na język współczesny.
It's very important that keep the traditions alive, not still or permanent, but keep them evolving and seeing how that roots can become part of our, like a tree, to be part of the leaves and be part of the fruits.
I my do tego projektu zaprosiliśmy zespoły z Indii, Malezji, ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, z Gruzji, Chorwacji, z Kanady i wpierw podzieliliśmy się kulturą polską w formie tańców i muzyki z Beskidu Żywieckiego czy z regionu Mazowsza, a potem zaczęliśmy szukać pewnych podobieństw, jakie występują między polską kulturą a kulturą naszych gości.
Polish culture is strong. It's very surprising, very energetic. For instance, I don't know much about Polish before coming here, so it's a surprise. It's been shocking to know all the dances, all the music. But I think the most shocking part is that between the distance that we find between Mexico and Poland, we still can find a lot of similarities in our cultures. When I feel myself sensible, I find myself fragile. But in this vulnerability, I find also groundedness from the earth, from the nature, which is holding me. So I take care of it as a human being. But also I feel cared by heaven, by God above of me. And myself is placed in between. So it's always a connection between the highest and below.
Nazywam się Anna Hop, jestem tancerką, choreografką, reżyserem, pedagogiem. Taniec jest całym moim życiem, pracą, sposobem wyrażania, opowiadania historii. Taniec jest uniwersalnym językiem, ponad wszelkimi podziałami i barierami. Nie obowiązuje go bariera językowa, ani inne ograniczenia. Gdy tańczę, myślę o tym, co przeszłam i o tym, co przede mną, a czasami jestem tylko tu i teraz. Rozwijać się, pobudzić swoją kreatywność jeszcze bardziej. Chciałabym, żeby polski taniec rozkwitał, żeby to była nasza wizytówka. Dla tancerzy i dla choreografów platforma Poland Dances może być trampoliną poza granice Polski, po to, żeby pokazać swoją działalność, pokazać swoją twórczość. Polski taniec to różnorodność i tę różnorodność możemy zaproponować zagranicznemu odbiorcy. Spotkajmy się 2 września na Międzynarodowych Targach Tanzmesse w Düsseldorfie.
Nazywam się Bartek Woszczyński, jestem choreografem oraz dyrektorem artystycznym Because Dance Company. Z tańcem związany jestem od dziecka, a Because Dance Company prowadzę prawie od 5 lat. Taniec i szeroko pojęty ruch jest dla mnie najszczerszym, bo też najbardziej pierwotnym środkiem wyrazu, który moim zdaniem potrafi najdokładniej przekazać nawet najbardziej skomplikowane relacje, emocje czy zależności. Taniec jest bardzo uniwersalnym środkiem komunikacji, ponieważ omija konieczność kodyfikacji, definiowania różnych zjawisk, ubierania ich w słowa i właśnie dlatego jest tak doskonałym medium, które pozwala łączyć ludzi i kultury ze wszystkich zakątków świata, będąc językiem nie tylko międzynarodowym, ale także ponadczasowym. Na stronie Poland Dances znaleźć można niemal wszystkich polskich artystów indywidualnych, zespoły niezależne, kolektywy, NGO-sy czy zespoły instytucjonalne. Jest to swego rodzaju artystyczny katalog polskiego tańca dla odbiorcy zagranicznego, który dzięki swojej różnorodności sprawia, że każdy znajdzie w nim choreografów czy zespoły, które odpowiadają mu stylem czy estetyką. Spotkajmy się 3 września na Międzynarodowych Targach Tanzmesse w Düsseldorfie, a chętnie opowiem Wam więcej o tym projekcie. Pozdrawiam serdecznie, Bartek Woszczyński. Do zobaczenia.
Nazywam się Gosia Mielech, jestem tancerką, choreografką, nauczycielką języka ruchowego Gaga, pedagogzką tańca oraz założycielką projektu artystycznego Dance Lab. Jestem związana z tańcem od 25 lat. Taniec jest dla mnie językiem, którym porozumiewam się ze światem. Taniec jest dla mnie jak powietrze, które jest we mnie, jest wokół mnie, jest dla mnie niezbędne do życia. Motywuje mnie do tego, aby stale wzrastać, poznawać siebie, poznawać swoje ciało. I taniec jest takim elementem, który pomaga mi być tu i teraz. W mojej twórczości staram się przekazać odbiorcy prawdę, moją prawdę, autentyczność. Zależy mi na tym, aby pobudzić odbiorcę do zadawania pytań. Zależy mi, aby w jakiś sposób delikatnie poruszyć tą klatką, w której się gdzieś znajdujemy i pobudzić wyobraźnię odbiorcy i pozwolić mu, aby to on przejął inicjatywę i tworzył sobie swoją historię z tych takich bardziej lub mniej fantazyjnych obrazów, które tworzone są i odtwarzane na scenie. Poland Dances umożliwia artystkom i artystom polskim bardziej skuteczne wyjście do promotorów, kuratorów, dyrektorów festiwali zagranicznych. W tym roku platforma Poland Dances będzie prezentowana podczas Międzynarodowych Targów Tanzmesse. Spotkajmy się 1 września w Düsseldorfie.
Nazywam się Karolina Wycisk, jestem producentką spektakli i koordynatorką projektów choreograficznych i tanecznych, artystyczną menadżerką i freelancerką. Od 7 lat prowadzę Fundację Performat, od 2 działalność Performat Production, w ramach których współpracuję z artystkami. Tym, co najbardziej mnie teraz zajmuje, jest takie myślenie o tym, jak zmienić już istniejące lub wypracować nowe formaty pracy produkcyjnej, organizacyjnej, ale też współprac z artystkami i artystami oraz partnerami zagranicznymi. Moja współpraca z artystkami za każdym razem bierze się z takiej ciekawości ich praktyk artystycznych oraz tego, czy ja mogę jakoś performatywnie wspierać te procesy artystyczne. Lubię myśleć o pracy producentki jako takim kreatywnym i twórczym wytwarzaniu warunków do spotkania, do tego, żeby relacje mogły się wydarzać. Fotografia właściwie też jest dla mnie takim ucieleśnianiem relacji. Zmienia nasze sposoby myślenia, nasze sposoby działania z innymi osobami. Takie narzędzie jak Poland Dances jest na pewno potrzebnym katalogiem zbierającym kontakty do artystek i artystów, których praktyk jesteśmy ciekawi i ciekawe, do instytucji, festiwali, fundacji, organizacji pozarządowych, które zajmują się szeroko rozumianym tańcem. Oczywiście ta mapa powinna się poszerzać, żeby pokazać coraz bardziej zróżnicowany obraz praktyk performatywnych w Polsce. Zachęcam do odwiedzenia strony Poland Dances.
Moje marzenie się spełniło. Dzisiaj tak naprawdę sfinalizowaliśmy rzecz, która chyba z 30 lat już jest w kuluarach. Mówi się o tej potrzebie w kuluarach środowiska sztuki tańca. Dzisiaj to marzenie, że powstają miejsca, które będą służyć polskim artystom tańca, tym niezależnym, którzy nie mają swojego domu jeszcze, wczoraj nie mieli, a już dzisiaj mają, jest po prostu tak wzruszające, że naprawdę czuję to wszędzie na sobie, wewnątrz, w głowie.
To jest moment szczególny. Takiego projektu chyba nie było w polskiej kulturze, przynajmniej w ostatnich latach. Tu szczególnie został wreszcie doceniony taniec.
Program Przestrzenie Sztuki, który w tym roku jest pilotażem, jest naprawdę ogromnym przedsięwzięciem. Od lipca do grudnia będziemy realizowali program, który ma na celu przedstawienie mniej więcej 75 wydarzeń o różnym wymiarze artystycznym. Będą to spektakle, będą to rezydencje, będą to różnego rodzaju warsztaty, coachingi, będą to spotkania związane z badaniami nad tańcem i wszelkiego rodzaju działania społeczne czy animacyjne, ale projekt ten będzie angażował także około 350 artystów, a tym samym będzie skupiał ponad 55 000 odbiorców, co z pewnością na półroczne działania jest bardzo dobrym wynikiem.
To, co wyróżnia ten projekt, to to, że wychodzimy poza duże ośrodki kultury i wkraczamy do mniejszych miejscowości. To, co wyróżnia ten projekt, to też to, że chcemy zwiększać wiedzę mieszkańców, społeczności lokalnych na temat tańca, zarówno w teorii, jak i w praktyce, ale także sprawiać, by oni stali się odbiorcami tej sztuki, ale także aktywnymi uczestnikami, żeby mogli się zainspirować i żeby sztuka w postaci teatru i tańca miała swój rozwój.
Oddolność, spontaniczność działań, często przypadkowość nawet można powiedzieć, jest też ważne, bo to są nowe emocje, nowe pomysły. To jest także wyzwalanie nowego potencjału twórczego, który często nie jest wyzwalany poprzez istniejące instytucje. No, wiadomo, że nowa przestrzeń może stworzyć coś, co jest właśnie nowatorskiego czy nowego i na to liczymy.
Tutaj chodzi nie tylko o najmłodszych, ale chodzi też o dorosłych artystów, o twórców, którzy często nie mają gdzie pokazać swojej twórczości, swojego artyzmu. I chyba temu służy właśnie ten projekt, te przestrzenie dla sztuki. Miejmy nadzieję, że odbije się to szerokim echem i sam pilotaż zmieni się w duży projekt.
Taniec jakoś tak zawsze był niedoceniony, a jak Państwo wiecie, taniec to nie ma oszukaństwa.
Przestrzenie Sztuki to program, który jest odpowiedzią Ministerstwa Kultury i Dziedzictwa Narodowego na oddolne potrzeby środowiska teatralnego. Przestrzenie Sztuki otwierają się na artystów niezależnych, na artystów eksperymentujących, na artystów, którzy są niezwiązani instytucjonalnie, którzy potrzebują przestrzeni do pracy, do twórczości, do eksperymentów. Instytut Teatralny chce zainspirować ośrodki lokalne i pomóc im w utworzeniu pewnej struktury. Ta struktura ma być strukturą elastyczną, odpowiadającą na potrzeby danej lokalnej społeczności i środowiska teatralnego. Będzie też, co bardzo ważne, pewna objazdowość teatru. Chcemy, żeby teatr ruszył w drogę, ruszył do jeszcze mniejszych miejscowości wokół tych centrów, które teraz powstają. Żeby, odwołując się do tradycji redutowej, pokazywał teatr tym, którzy na pewno do tego teatru w inny sposób nie trafią.
W ramach przestrzeni sztuki powstaną także lokalne centra teatru. Bardzo zależy nam na tym, aby były one miejscem, w którym będzie rozwijana szeroko pojęta kultura teatralna. Czyli będą one służyć nie tylko twórcom, którzy są oczywiście bardzo ważni i dobrze, żeby mieli tam swoje miejsce, ale także lokalnym odbiorcom, lokalnym środowiskom. Założeniem teatralnych przestrzeni sztuki jest to, że ich program powstanie oddolnie. W tym roku program ma charakter pilotażowy. Mam nadzieję, że w ramach tego programu w przyszłości powstaną lokalne centra teatru we wszystkich województwach w Polsce. Dzięki ich działalności powinniśmy dowiedzieć się więcej o tym, jakie są lokalne potrzeby, o tym, jak wyglądają lokalne inicjatywy teatralne, a także dotrzeć z teatrem do jeszcze szerszego grona odbiorców. Traktuję program Przestrzenie Sztuki jako swego rodzaju przedłużenie innych programów Instytutu Teatralnego, takich jak Teatr Polska czy Lato w Teatrze, które służyły także upowszechnianiu sztuki teatru. Ten jednak program będzie miał charakter oddolny. Będzie wynikał z lokalnych potrzeb, z rozmów ze środowiskami w poszczególnych regionach, po to, żebyśmy lepiej wiedzieli, jak wygląda to bardzo bogate, bardzo żywiołowo także rozwijające się lokalne środowisko teatralne.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vladimir Angelov, and I'm the Director of International Choreography Organization and Networking Services, Dance Icons Inc. here in the United States. Our friends in Poland have created this wonderful website that showcases the variety in dance in Poland. I would like to invite everyone to take a look at it, check it out, and learn more about what's going on in dance in Poland. Let's wish our friends in Poland best of luck, and we hope to see you soon again.
Na angielski, raz, dwa, English, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, English language, na język angielski, raz, 2, 3, 4, trzeci kongres tańca, dyskutujmy, twórzmy, działajmy, przerwa, zapraszamy o godzinie 13, panel 8, finansowanie, raz, 2, 3, trzeci kongres tańca, dyskutujmy, twórzmy, działajmy, przerwa, zapraszamy o godzinie 13. Tłumaczenie na język angielski, raz, 2, 3, trzeci kongres tańca, dyskutujmy, twórzmy, działajmy, przerwa, zapraszamy o godzinie 13. Panel 8, finansowanie, tłumaczenie na język angielski, trzeci kongres tańca.
Warsztaty Soft Release są to warsztaty z partneringu oparte o metodę wypracowaną w projekcie Oddaj Ciężar.
Angielski, czy teraz Pani słyszy? Tak, super. Chce Pani polski, czy tylko angielski?
I spokojnej pracy z dotykiem, z kontaktem. Oparte to jest też o pracę powięziową, po to, żeby ciało rozluźnić, żeby trochę się otworzyć, jakby otworzyć w ogóle wzorce ruchowe, zmiękczyć ciało, mieć możliwość pracy organicznej ze swoim ciałem.
W tym czasie robimy choreografię, skomplikowaną muzycznie, ale sobie wszyscy dobrze radzą. Hop i odklej, i ręka, i hop, i slajd, i otwórz, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dwójki. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trójki. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Dzisiaj poprowadzimy warsztaty z tańców dawnych, tańców polskich oraz tańców, można powiedzieć, zachodnich, tańców dworskich. Z tańców polskich będziemy uczyć kujawiaka, czyli jednego z tańców narodowych.
Idą 16 kroków dużym kołem wokół wszystkich pań i później wracamy 16 kroków dużym kołem żeby było do swojej pani. Dobra? Uwaga!
Pozamawiamy się na samym drugami. Oni stoją. I teraz dwójki korytarze. Dwójki będziemy.
Charleston i Authentic Jazz jest to taniec najradośniejszy ze wszystkich tańców, jakie możecie spotkać na ziemi. Jest to taniec dla wszystkich, w każdym wieku. Nie wymagana jest żadne zaplecze wcześniejsze taneczne. Przychodzą do nas różni ludzie z różnym doświadczeniem. Te tańce są bardzo wyjątkowe, ponieważ po całym dniu, kiedy człowiek jest bardzo zmęczony, wchodzi na parkiet i nagle niesamowita energia w tę osobę wstępuje, niesamowita radość. Każdy wychodzi z naszych zajęć z szerokim uśmiechem.
I
Są to warsztaty skierowane zarówno dla dzieci, młodzieży, jak i dla dorosłych, żeby pokazać piękno baletu. Piękno, które nie zawsze wynurza się z piękna, wynurza się ono z ciężkiej pracy, ale to piękno jest osiągalne dla każdego i każdy może spróbować, każdy może dowiedzieć się, z czym to się je. Po wstępie na temat historii tańca i baletu pokazuję podstawowe kroki baletowe, pozy, ustawienia rąk, nóg, tak żeby wszyscy uczestnicy mogli dowiedzieć się troszeczkę więcej na temat tego, czym jest sztuka baletowa oraz ewentualnie mogli podjąć decyzję, czy chcą kontynuować naukę.
To są osoby, które pomyślały sobie, że dlaczego one mają robić element tu, kiedy mogą ten element zrobić tu, albo i wyżej, tak?
Najważniejsze w tym całym wydarzeniu jest to, że się połączyliśmy w Warszawie. Połączyły się komercyjne i niekomercyjne instytucje i organizacje. Środowisko niezależnych artystów się włączyło i wykonało wielką pracę organizacyjną. Instytut Muzyki i Tańca to wszystko zebrał w takie wielkie święto i demonstrujemy, że każdy tańczyć może, a taniec to radość i przyjemność dla każdego.
Pura is a film about sisterhood, solidarity and place. During the production of the film, we really tried to explore what it means to be isolated and struggling with the issues that women face in the world today, and what it means to come together through solidarity. And we wanted to use the expression of that through being kind of like what happened during the pandemic, where people were isolated by themselves, and then the freedom that you have in nature and finding each other.
I first met Patrizia and Dominika in 2021, and I was immediately inspired by their relationship with each other, by their questions and their practice around sisterhood, what it means to be a woman, what it means to be connected to other women. So I was really delighted to collaborate with them again on this film. What really inspires me about Patrizia and Dominika is the way they support each other, both in terms of their communication and in terms of their movement practice. And it was a real joy to be around that, and that was really the core of what we explored in making the
Witam Państwa po przerwie.
Good afternoon after the break at this auditorium of Museum of Silesia and those viewing us online. Ahead of us, unfortunately, is the last panel, but so it happens that this structure seems very logical because it will be devoted to financing. Over those 3 days, we've spoken about a variety of aspects of functioning of dance, and we get to the key element. In order to win war, we need 3 things: money, money, money. To win dance, we need more. but money is just one of them. Before I introduce the panelists and I give the floor to them, let me mention one very important program of the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage that we are the operator of, about the dance program. This is the minister's program, but this is dedicated to you as a circle. Thanks to the operations of Alexandra Juros, it's been separated from the theater and dance and became a separate program. It is dedicated to local institutional cultures of institution, churches and denomination, to entities running business activities. And enrollment is once a year. For 2024, it's been opened. It will be opened in November this year. As you were saying, this is the program where, as you were saying, you are used to the recruitment, the enrollment taking place then, and you're getting ready for it. We warmly encourage you to use those programs. As you were saying about there were disproportions in financing of programs of the minister when it comes to dance as well as music. And we will do our best that this disproportion decreases. But we also need your support that you apply for this program. We've observed this tendency, which we find worrying, that the number of applications goes down, and we really would like it to go up. When it comes to questions on the program, we are always available to you. Małgosia Kosińska at the National Institute for Music and Dance, who is responsible for the ministerial programs, and Wiktoria Zawadzka, who is responsible for dance, who is, has plenty of knowledge within this respect. Then I encourage you to apply, because this is a special program. As we were saying, there is a need to provide continuity, and you can apply in 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year modes. Thank you very much. I warmly recommend that you use that program. And now let me introduce our panelists. Assis Carreiro, foreign expert. Karolina Dzieła-Grzakowska, expert selected in open call. Sonia Nieśpiałowska, expert representing Association of Dance Art Formations. Dr. Grzegorz Pańtak, expert representing associations of theatre directors. Professor Rafał Wiśniewski, doctorate, expert selected by NIMIT, director of the National Center for Culture. And Karolina Wycisk, expert representing informal group of producers of performative arts. I would like to give the floor to the moderators of this panel. Assis Carreiro, Karolina Wycisk. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carol, and a warm welcome to you all. I know this is your last session of 3 days, so we hope you'll find it stimulating and giving you a way forward, going forwards after this. Firstly, I just want to give a big thanks to Carol, to the Institute and the Congress for inviting me to come. I hope I can provide you with some knowledge and support over the next 2 hours. I've known Carol for many, many years when he came to England, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, to learn all about how we did things in England. So it's great to see the journey he's gone on in the probably 20 years that we've known each other. Just a couple of things before I introduce our speakers. We're each going to speak for 10 minutes, and then we're going to open it up to you for a discussion and ensure there's enough time for you and those online to really have interesting debate and discussion. One thing that I observed this morning was that you seem to have a big fear of the word marketing. So you probably even have a bigger fear of the word fundraising, especially when it goes beyond government fundraising. So we're going to be a bit provocative about some of our, especially me, about some of my questions to you and thoughts on future models for financing and supporting dance in Poland, because it's not just an easy ride. And I think marketing isn't a dirty word, because whatever you put on stage is still the same thing. So remember that. And even fundraising, whatever you put on stage will still be the same thing, and then the audiences will decide with their feet and with their wallets whether they're going to come back. So we need to really think positively about those two areas. The other thing is, because we're the last session, we want to really be looking forward strategically and being visionary, even a little bit of blue sky thinking about what the magic world could look like, rather than complaining about the current situation. We don't want this to be a moan session, because it is the last of 3 days. So we've met a few times online and now in person, and it really is about finding solutions. It's very easy to identify the problems. We all know what they are, but finding the solutions is the scary thing, and getting out of our little bubbles and working in a collegiate way. So I hope you keep that in mind as you listen to everybody today, and then we have a really open, frank, collegiate discussion together. And if I'm talking too fast, tell me off. So without... and I'm going to be really strict with the time, if I can. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Grzegorz, who's going to be our first speaker.
Thank you very much, live and online. As the director said, Karol von Clausewitz said that in order to win a war, you need money, money, money. But having a broader approach, war is a part of politics, and politics is implementation of ideas. You need to create it, you need to handle it first, the politicians, and then us who manage this reality that we're heading for. I'd like to start this panel not when it comes to the amount of financing, because this is the most urgent issue, which is the most difficult one, because we know we need more money for dance. I'd like to address you and the Institute with a request that we address the proper statutory bodies, that apart from money, we would have created communication and potential to create, which will make us spend the money, which would be satisfactory for us and for the audiences. The first element that we need is time. And it seems that we have common ground here. I'm not sure if it's a risk that the programs are announced too late. And actually then we have just half a year to execute them. The first request is that we build such a time horizon that the programs, which are one-year-long programs, that they are suitably financially developed, so they can be announced and given a year earlier. If somebody, if a body says that there was like a public promise, public vow, then they have to do it. It's just a technical aspect, that something is constructed in such a way that they promise us this year and we spend it next year, we get prepared, establish cooperation, we develop infrastructure, we give the artist time to think it through. And if there is conflict, as a organizers, as a director, we will say, yes, we have a month to establish the repertoire with artists, how many times we're going to show it, how we want to promote it. If as a director I lack such tools, because today I appear on behalf of the directors of Association of Theatres. So I have a pressure at the grassroots. Artists tell me that I'm oppressive. And we've heard that the institution is oppressive. I don't agree with that, of course, because the structure requires some deadlines, and the structure has got two-way responsibility, bottom down and bottom up. It is artistic, organizational and managerial aspect. And I would like to have a request that we build the system of grants, which is implemented over 1 year year, but planned for 2 years. So in fact, 1 year grant would be the previous year, the first year, it would be zero, but conceptual work would be there. So maybe we need to ask smart people who deal with finances and law to come up with such a model. If there is act on artistic operations, it says that the season is from the 1st of September until the 30th of August, and the financial year is from the 1st of January to the end of December. So there are those two contradictions. So why can't be those contradictions elsewhere if they happen to be there because of the nature of things? The artistic season differs from the financial, the fiscal year. Let's not pretend it's not there. Let's not just offer theoretical order in the documents. Let's check out how it works by nature, and then let's try and build proper financial apparatus and instrument. The second thing is, several year-long programs is something that we need as well. Communication between the circles, the environments, requires time. We must add that art is born at temporal enlightenment, but it is produced in the process. So I really would like such programs to appear in parallel. Another thing I wanted to add, it seems to me that the infrastructure and financing are the first two fields that need to be connected to step further. If we manage as an environment to build fixed places, dance or choreography centers, because they are seriously different, as we spoke to Eric in the morning, that there are different concepts here. It heads towards popularization or creation. But if we manage to create such places, then we need to have the financing structure which gives this responsibility. Time, proper time is responsibility. If we organize documents, very quickly, suddenly, and we do the settlement parameters, then we're not able to keep the openness or honesty of an, of artistic type, because we need time for that. When the program Spaces of Art were created, I thought it was the onset for dance centers. That's what it used to be called. Today, by the decision of the institute or the ministry, the program Spaces of Art changes its concept. It goes towards a grant. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe not. We'll see. Time shows. But it seems that this program initially assumed the persistence of a space, ability to think for longer than just 6 months ahead. So this is my another request. If we build such potential of thinking, then the institutions such as Kielce Dance Theatre may cooperate with their own artistic team, as well as with independent dancers in partnership, not necessarily in the same room, but in the relationship flow, discussion flow, ability to see each other in different rooms. We have the ability to build one unity which we need. We are all aware of the fact that any form is something that needs to be taken apart. It can be revolutionary or evolutionary. There are various ways. I like viewing a show which is well performed with a difficult technical element, but I like revolutionary artists as well to just unseal my perception. We have the person from Łódź University. Let's name it in one word. There is one word, dance, but this is so broad. As a humanist, it can be visually spectacular or visually intimate, cameral. We can't just communicate it commercially as one thing. And in this way, I get back to the essence, because I've digressed seriously. Going back to the essence, in order to finance this mental object and performance object as dance, we need to have time and we need to have predictability. If we build dance centers and we finance them in a predictable way, the amounts of money will not always be of the most importance.
Thank you very, very much, Grzegorz, and you did that in under 10 minutes, so bravo. 7:56, very good. We won't look at that one. And there's some interesting points there that we'll pick up later about predictability, which is there's a translation, but it's also about time, communication, and I think it's important also that real timetables rather than theoretical timetables are really important in the arts. It's not just, we're not like a business that has these specific deadlines. We do have deadlines, but we need to operate within those. I'm now going to pass on to Sonia, who's going to give us a different perspective. So over to you, Sonia.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Both to people here in Katowice and those watching us online. I am a program director of a unit in Łódź. Today I'm representing the Association of dance art communities. Thank you very much for inviting me to representatives of our forum to 4 panels. Marta Wołowiec participated in the panel dedicated to our work, then audience development. Now I'm representing my forum in the funding forum. Sorry, where's the clicker? All right. So the Dance Forum was established in 2019. We now have 80 people. Our mission is to support dance in all of its contemporary forms. This is going to be the main focus of my speech today, to improve the professional situation of people dealing with this, with dance in terms of art, education, organization. The Dance Forum continues the mission of the Open Forum of Dance, which for 10 years used to be a tool for our community to communicate with each other. Our activities include representing the dance community, supporting, promoting, initiating and participating in dialogue about local and state cultural policies. Recently, we've spent a lot of time and of our attention to consultations and networking activities to support the Act on the rights of a professional artist and to provide reliable information about that law, as well as interventions in the matters that are important for us. Please feel invited to join our forum. There are people from all kinds of communities. Today, I'd like to present recommendations regarding grant and scholarship competitions, a request to increase funds, a period of funding, and the culture of our cooperation with regard to dance funding. I'm going to present my requests on the basis of the requests of my forum and of my experience of 20 years in the NGOs sector, and 3 years of experience of operator of art zone, and on the basis of surveys that we have been reading. I'll start with recommendations concerning grant competitions. Well, on many occasions there is the need to evaluate programs, to assess programs that exist, and to consult regulations and plans for multi-annual strategies through advisory bodies, inclusion of community organizations and independent experts. This will allow our voice to be heard, but also to avoid, well, maybe to put it, to make regulations more realistic. Publication of annual statements by institutions, which is very important for us. This is important information. The production cycles have to be taken into account, and the rates have to be made realistic, because as producers we have to make these rates realistic. We want them to be reflected in regulations. Then permanent and predictable calendar schedule. We want to be able to plan our production cycles, and we want to be responsible about it. Even the planned programs or a permanent schedule, permanent calendar, and participation of representatives in consultations and commissions. So we wait for some invitations all the time. More recommendations regarding the grant competitions themselves are taking into account the specific character of dance in the regulations and criteria of assessment of scholarship programs, because there is a disparity in the number of dance scholarships. We want to be sure that commissions know the specifics of our field, because there are few choreography competitions. That's the condition of the contemporary dance, and there are different measures of whether someone should get the scholarship. So this is important. We believe this will translate to the number of scholarships. Then take into account different professional groups. So we're talking about producers mainly, but also take into account different stages of development of artists and groups in competing for grants. Then introducing priorities. We see this in choreography orders, but the priorities show us the policies of whom we want to support in the given period. Then evaluating and adapting or expanding the objectives of programs. Then mentioning the values of sustainable development, production, operation, diversity of applicants and target groups, active prevention of exclusion and of excessive production. This will help us to better think about funding, not only how much funds, but also so that we can plan funding in a rational way. Then, introducing priorities, that's all already covered. Grants dedicated to the respective needs. Let's take into account the respective needs, special needs, and the specifics of the given profession. I've listed those professions, right? Concerning not only artists, but also promotion, production, management, documentation, development of the Polish dance art and dance education. Expanding the funds, that's the second slide. What I wanted to tell you is that there is a limited amount of resources dedicated to dance, and that amount should be increased in a sustainable way, taking into account the fact that we have 3 artistic institutions, at least concerning contemporary dance in Poland. We have to realize that fact, and the donor, our state, Poland, has to realize that us, the Dance Forum, one of our statutory objectives is that we apply for funding, but it's also the issue of institutions that look after us. So the institute, but also the local government, we have to talk about it, because the total funds for dance is very, very low, and it should be increased gradually. I would also like to refer to comprehensive increase in the number of institutions dedicated to culture, dedicated to dance. So the issues of infrastructure, of the possibilities to develop the audience. We have 3 institutions, let's remember this. And the suggested plan for promotion of international presence of Polish choreographers. And it is up for discussion how to consolidate your efforts, your needs, the needs of the managers, to expand the programs with such things as, for example, study visits abroad. We do not have enough funds for all these activities. Right here, a quick comparison between the theater and the dance program. In the theater, we have 12 million zloty, dance 2 million zloty, and I'd like to show you in green the applications that were funded. So look at the number of points. So they are assessed very well, evaluated very well, but as there is a proportional number of applications that are funded, well, the fact that there is a proportionally larger pool of money in the dance program than the applications that are evaluated the same are not funded. But you know, these are some steps that we should take, and we should demonstrate these comparisons. Very important festivals were not funded, and I believe we should fight for these small changes. The recommendation concerning funding periods, so naturally 2-year and 3-year programs, and new programs that where we can learn from foreign donors, such as 2- or 3-year residencies in independent theaters, and people who create within institutions. Institutions would receive funds for that. What follows from the surveys is to support the amateur community and entities operating in small towns. Naturally, we place emphasis on networking, but well, we've been talking about the Art Zone program, but mainly because it was, in our opinion, a model that provides a long-lasting perspective. We need permanent venues. We need to plan, to develop infrastructure, audience, partnerships. We've been dealing with grants for 20 or 30 years, and the multi-annual programs are on the basis of short-term programs, and the art zones were developed as a new model, and I hope the dialogue is going to be continued, because right now we have annual competitions. The culture of cooperation, and just two very important things at the very end. I'd like to raise the subject of the period between getting the grant and actually getting the funds. This difference generates a lot of stress, and while understanding both parties, I'd like to request that we reduce this difference, this period systemically, and I'd like us to have mutual understanding and trainings, so that we have the tools, both the applicants and the donors, so that they understand each other's needs. Like Grzegorz said, we want to understand the other side, to deal with all the formalities, but this difference has to be reduced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. And a few parallels there with Grzegorz's thoughts on multi-year funding, rights of artists, which we didn't go into, and maybe we will when we get into a discussion, because I think post-lockdown and COVID, there's lots of challenges there. And also looking at artists and producers at different stages of their career and providing them with realistic fees. So we always go back to money, don't we? Now, Carolina and Carolina are going to do a double act for us. So they are going to do a presentation together. So over to both of you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karolina Wycisk, and I'm representing the point of view of the independent artists, NGOs, and the cooperation of an independent producer with institutions, and cooperation with female artists from the independent community. But at the same time, I'm also presenting the grassroots perspective of a producers group that was established in May 2021 during the first meeting of producers within the joint initiative, and we try to meet regularly. It is an open group, so please feel invited to join us. For now, we're only functioning on Facebook, and we understand the limitations of Facebook, but there is a group, Produkcja Wydarzeń Performatywnych, so please join this group. We've just had the Producers Congress before the dance producers, so we have producers meetings at which we've reached the conclusion that we need to figure out the way of working for the future, and we're going to suggest a new way in this open group. So please feel invited to join our groups and to please join our works. It's an informal group, a grassroots group, and its objective is standardization and setting good practices and empowerment of our professional position, education, and joint education, external education, we want to talk about good practices, develop good standards. We hope that in the future we will also be representatives and we will participate in the community debate. Yes, and I would like to also tell you about the grassroots group of producers. My name is Karolina Dziełak-Żakowska. I am a project manager, producer. I have experience with working in cultural institutions and 15 years of experience in working in an NGO. And like Karolina said, we are active members and co-founders of the group of producers of performative arts, and this group now has about 60 persons. In our meetings, we've been developing some recommendations and that we were going to share, and more than a dozen persons participated in those meetings.
It is very important because we came here with the assumption, with the idea that we wanted to learn about the problems of our specialty, our department, and we conducted research, and we know that this environment is relatively small, and we ask ourselves a question: why there are so few of us as the producers, organizers of dance? And one of the reasons is a devalorization of our work. And now I think a slide that actually could complete our presentation, but we have plenty of them to go. This shows this is the result of a task, association task, which was conducted under the common space, which shows what expectations, what associations regarding production there are, which are projected in the space of the entire artistic ecology. And I think there is no need to comment on that slide. Let me just give you a description that we added to the event. Producer is somebody who organizes, deals with things, seeks funds. Very often it's a product leader, artistic manager, agent, facilitator, tour guide, and producers are also artists. Let's remember that. It's a carer and idea giver within works. We discussed the nature and the problems of this multitasking. And we know how important it is. It's our request that within individual projects and cooperation, we detail down the scope of our operations. So later on, there is no disappointed expectation that we didn't fulfill the producer's role. So establishing the boundaries and tasks of producers, because we feel and we think that production can be creative and executive or managerial, and there are two different things. I think that as per explanation, when it comes to our presence here in this presentation, we will probably add the grassroots aspect for dance financing. It is going to expand the idea, the image of that. It's with regards to the question why there are fewer and fewer applications being filed, but we need to also add that every organization develops their own producer structure. And as we sit here, each of us probably function in different structures. Sometimes they're collective, independent, formal, informal, with a variety of hierarchy. And there we have people working, producers who work there, whose positions hold different names: creative producer, executive producer, coordinator, product leader, specialist, on, and here you can put any noun you wish. So now the details. The first of the requests that we spoke about during our producers' meetings, it is increasing the stability of safety and security of those who work independently. The table that you see is the table that comes from research by Emilia Cholewicka in her doctoral thesis, situation of women on the labor market and ballet artists. We see here very clearly that a small number of people employed in dance, and this research referred to those who work artistically, creators. It shows that a small number of people employed in dance who are employed on under labor agreements. Most of them have like civil labor contracts. 30% of people work with no contract at all. What we could offer to enhance this situation, what's very important as regards the previous slide, is that we don't have research on other people who are employed in the dance ecosystem. We don't really know how many people and what employment agreements the producers have. And we don't know much about other people who create this system. So this such study is required. When it comes to the solutions of the requests that we've located, which could respond to this problem, is multi-year grants, which would be available to NGOs, producers, and also artists, independent artists. And something that we've been talking about, and it's on every panel, regular support by the institutions and developing it at the level of many years of support. Let me just add, when it comes to many-year grants, as Sonia was saying, what Grzegorz was saying, that it is very important that the time scale of grants available was longer, because each of us face this situation that those grants, really the annual grants, are executed in the second half of the year, and we receive information only in the second quarter. And it doesn't provide stability. Very often the initial months do not generate any income for the physical persons, for individuals. Further requirements refer to rates prepared in the 2020 before the second Congress of dance. We can find out the rates, because we're talking about very small rates. The data from 2020 shows that the average rate that a person who works creatively within dance sector is it's just slightly over 2,500 zlotys. In 2020, it was the amount close to the lowest monthly revenue, which was just under 2,000. We don't have information about remuneration and other jobs related to dance, but we know that in a research study which we conducted before the second Dance Congress, 80% of producers declared that they undertake other jobs outside of artistic jobs for dance, because that means it's very likely that those people were forced to use other sources of income to provide for themselves. We'd like to emphasize that we don't have agreements that in the rates for producers, the starting rate would be the minimum rate. It should be at least the average national rate, because the producers take the responsibility for the project. They have enormous knowledge on law, administration, management. Very often when they are producers, creative producers, they also have specialist knowledge within a particular field of art. Very often they can show, that they've got at least one university diploma, which is we have certain solutions, but also our time is ticking. So let's indicate the most important ones. And one of the most important calls and requests is the producer's remuneration per project, which is part of the administrative costs, which are limited costs, and they don't hold just producers or coordinators costs, but there's also accounting costs, administration costs. So not only are we within the limit of 10–15% of the entire budget cost, but we also are in the same group with all the other costs. One of the requests that we're trying to develop and that we try to make visible, it's also that in the subject-based costs, we would exclude the coordination cost there, that it would be in the basic budget of the cost assessment. The additional suggestions, like following the recommended rates for the professional groups, like the attempt to introduce minimum rates, which can exclude the speculations of rates, which, yes, I have only 3 minutes, I do know, which is not, such approach is not beneficial for any job in the dance ecosystem. And also calculating hourly scope of work and relating to the average monthly rate, not the lowest wage, due to the qualification of people employed. What's very often discussed, the pre-project stage being paid, which requires a lot of our work, which is not rewarded, which is not considered as work at all. So calling here upon the business practice is always, paid for, whether application passes or not. A person or a company writing an application is always remunerated up to several percent of the entire budget. So we would request that we start thinking about this development stage as a payable producer's job and work. As when it comes to development, it is work as a charge, preparing applications which are fully developed and analyzed. So it's worth noticing it because, and here let me refer to the decrease in the applications or in some programs. Maybe there is a reason, maybe we should consider that as well. The solutions and the grant solutions within this scope. One of the solutions could be organizing multi-stage competitions where the first phase requires lower amount of work than the rest of the project. There would be like the pre-selection of the applicants at the first stage, and it reduces the input of work at the pre-project stage. It would be a good solution which is used in the European grant policies, so we can call upon particular examples. Other suggested solutions are solutions of expanding qualification of tasks, project recycling, exploitation of the existing, not just overproducing of new ideas, considering the grant options for individuals and informal groups, because this is the reality of independent dance, and that's how we want to create it, as facilitation of project documentation, such as lump sum settlement on the basis of measurable indicators, as Creative Europe has indicated it. International support, as Sonia has mentioned, including us in the group of recipients of programs which create this international support. We are very grateful for those programs at Adam Mickiewicz Institute and the Institute of Music and Dance, and we can't put the networking visits and visiting platforms, traveling, and the program Polish Culture in the World as producers and managers, we can't apply. So we feel that involving us, including in this group, would be a confirmation that we are a part of the ecosystem of art, and we are. We really would like to change that mindset and prioritize the job of a producer and manager as a job which is aimed at establishing the relationship. So the festivals and participation of artists could be happening in foreign festivals. Very often we need to establish those relationships earlier, we need to maintain them. So we feel that it is a very strong postulate and a request which is in our application as well. International support. We've crossed the time already. Accessibility as producers, as people who decide on competitions, maybe it's worth looking after the availability of accessibility of events to people with disabilities, carers, those caring for children, the elderly or people with disabilities. Our group has a request which refers to the competitions, which are existing competitions, where there is the requirement to provide accessibility, that eventually this budget for accessibility could be an additional budget added on to the existing budget. So each and every one of us standing up for this competition may implement operations for the same funds and provide accessibility of our operations as well. Just a couple of words to sum up. Production is a part of art ecosystem, and looking after producers is looking after artists, and to us it's equal, and we would like it to work as mutual support. Educating the managers and producers is with benefit for the entire artistic ecosystem. Very often we are co-author of projects, and very often our names are not in the credits. Our names do not appear on the project list of producers. So this shows the respect and building cooperation on the basis of good practices. We perform many roles and we have lots of responsibility. We want to take part in this debate, and we are very happy that we could sit on this panel. We would like to thank the National Institute for Music and Dance for inviting the informal group of producers and all producers who implement the Dance Congress. We do know that as producers, as those responsible for this process, we keep learning. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Carolina and Carolina. Some things that keep coming up is that multi-year support and grants, which I think is a recurring theme. But also, if it's any heartening to you to hear, we in England have a huge lack of producers, and no one wants to be a producer because it is a jack of all trades career, and it's called lots of things, and I think we need to probably redefine what that role is and what that means. And remuneration is critical for producers, because without the producers, we can't have the performances and the development of work. So lots of things to unpack there. But I'm going to move on now. We're a little bit behind with Rafael. So over to you, Rafael.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that you're a very great audience, a very active audience, and it's a very great pleasure to be in this panel, not only to listen, but also to see how you react. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Director. Well, I'd like to deal with the fatalism, because the moderator said that it's easy to diagnose problems, and I think when I'm I'm looking at different dimensions, and when I compare things, there is always not enough funds. If I asked which form of art should be funded more, then depending on what kind of representative is, they will say, oh, my form is important, while when we sit together, it turns out that cooperation is important. So let me put it like this. The first thing that's important is what the National Institute is doing. So the process of institutionalization, I'm representing the National Culture Center, and from this point of view, I'd like to say that, well, you can take a different look at it. Well, apart from the characteristics listed by the previous speakers, well, we need coherence in operation, i.e. we have the short-term, medium-term and long-term plan, and we have to go outside of our community, because very often the problems and challenges that are addressed, that are discussed, they are within the given community. And you know, when you go outside, people from away from the community, they do not really understand it. Another issue is promotion itself. And well, this Congress, the third Congress, I think this is a good example of becoming an institution. 3 days, lots of panels, lots of speakers. These numbers show us that these issues are important, not only for people who are interested in dance directly. Who is responsible for funding? Well, I'd start by saying that I don't want to talk about funding, but about capital, different forms of capital. Bourdieu used to write that economic capital is converted to other capitals, such as cultural capital and social capital. But if we were to have a division into three, so economic capital, that's what we are talking about today. And there were elements of social capital, i.e. networking, talking about it, going outside of your community, in institutionalized processes, especially the grassroots processes. And the third element is to know how, i.e. cultural capital, to know how to do it, how to become more and more professional and to keep educating. Education maybe has a beginning, but it does not have an end, because we have to keep doing more and more. Well, in Poland, I'm looking at this process at several levels. Let me start by saying that, in my opinion, maybe I am wrong, dance should not be defined in a city-centric ways, and they often say that large institutions, these are cities where they exist, and these forms are very more spectacular. Well, from the research of the National Center research, there are thousands of community centers, and if we add some other institutions, not only from local governments, then, according to the Chief Statistical Office of Poland, there are over 4,000 institutions in total in Poland. Why am I talking about this? Well, because the local perspective, the local point of view is very important. So, the local character means this is a if something works on the local level, it's going to work in different levels, at the regional level, province level, large city level, state level, and international level. Community centers are institutions that I would describe as multitasking, because they organize different forms of arts. And for them, let me switch to the next slide. For them, the activity related to dance is key. And almost 3/4 of activities undertaken, especially by the amateur artistic movement, is related to community centers. So these funds are allocated somehow. This social capital, cultural capital, and the question, is there any economic capital? Well, there is some, and it is somehow aggregated. For community centers, dance is important, especially when they have an institutional facilities. So let's look at locality. Well, today we are in the city center, a big, large room. We have all the infrastructure, but very often in small towns, in rural areas or small town areas, that's 80% of the territory of Poland. Such space can be provided by a community center, by a school, by a firehouse, you know, or a parish building where the church provides some space for these kinds of activities. But let's concentrate on the amateur artistic movement. According to different estimations, there is no reliable data, but you can approximately say that there are about 70,000 people who do that kind of creative work. So dance, well, 3/4 of the persons who conduct these activities within those local communities, they make their vision come true through dance. The second thing that's worth saying is that we have some institutions that are not really institutionalized. Maybe that's these are local women's communities. They are often like local women's clubs, housewives' clubs. Still, it is an important element of activity, of social activity. That because artistic activities related to dance are, well, funds are distributed among different ministries and at the local authority level. Because community centers that provide some funds for these activities, the National Institute or directly the Ministry of Culture, yes, but let's not forget that apart from the Ministry of Culture, there are other ministries such as the Ministry of Family, Ministry of Villages and Farming. They have similar tasks, which often seem a bit, let's say, far-fetched. So, at the very end, the dance-related activities and funding, they exist in different ways, and there are different ways of allocating those funds. And I have the impression that this is very dispersed. That's why there is the issue, most of the problems that we've been talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafał. I think Rafał has brought sort of that spectrum from the local community to the professional, which I think sometimes we forget about, and it's really, really important. And I think I'll probably touch on that because the English model very much reflects what you've been telling us today, Rafał, about that link right back to the community. So now it's my job to stay on time. So I'm going to reset my timer, and you are going to keep an eye on me, so I behave myself. Oh, and I need the thingy boggle. Oh my God, I'm not very good at this. All right. Okay, I'm not going to do my bio. Okay, so I'm going to probably deviate a bit from what I've written because I've been listening. So bear with me. So what does the dance ecology in Poland need? From what I'm listening to, and from my experiences working in Germany, in Belgium, in Canada, and the UK, we need infrastructure. We need buildings that are dance buildings, because you have opera houses all over Poland, and Germany has opera houses, and you call them opera houses instead of opera dance houses. So one of the first things you need to do is change their names, because that is marketing. and dance doesn't get marketed properly. So that's a basic principle. And we also need umbrella organizations, like some of the ones we've spoken about, to help support that infrastructure. We have the institutions. They're not going to go away. You can destroy them, but they'll take decades to rebuild. So there's no point in stomping your feet like we did during lockdown and say, let's destroy everything, because what's the point? Let's work together. And I think lots of that has come out about working together. Partnerships is really important. And those big institutions might say they never have time, but we need to tell them, and the government needs to tell them, you have to make time to share people, to share space, to share intelligence, to share knowledge, because the smaller organizations could gain from that. And I'm not talking fairy tales, because in other countries it really does work when people come together and learn from each other, and it's not them and us, but we're all part of the same, we still have the same goals. What else do we need to do? We need small-scale projects-based companies and producers and independent artists. Those three are an ecology that needs to work together. And some of it will be one-off funding when they're starting out, but it's supporting them throughout that cycle. How are we going to do this? Well, this is where you're probably going to all hate me, but I'm going to say it anyway. Government funding is really important, and we've heard that everyone here is talking about government funding via short-term and long-term grants. But government funding is not the only way you can do it. And I bite my head off. I don't think you should be 100% government subsidized. I've worked in lots and lots of countries. I've seen how it works. And I don't believe in the American model where you fundraise 100%. But the Canadians and the Brits have got a kind of a happy medium. I think in Britain we're useless at giving tax breaks. But in Europe, you're very lucky. There's a tradition, a heritage of pretty much 100% plus box office. But is that sustainable? Can you really continue to work that way? You can find other sources, and I think Rafael mentioned farming. You know, in England, we're very smart at going to health and well-being and other government, international trade to try and get other funding. But I still believe if you really want to be taken seriously, you need to fundraise from other sources, from trusts and foundations, and I've noticed some logos from some trusts and foundations like Santander, but also philanthropy from wealthy people. And I know from the history of where you've come from, there isn't the old money. It's not the same as England and American wealth, but it's starting to really get to know who is in your community and getting them to support you, because people might surprise you. They might leave you something in their will. So I think you need to look much more broadly at the ecosystem around you, because government funding isn't a magic tree of government money, it's taxpayers' money. So it's all our money, and the people who never come to us is money. So we need to be realistic about how we're spending their money so that it reaches everybody. And I think that model of what Rafael was saying about the community is a really important one, because it does reach the broader community. How can we make government funds go further? Oops. We need to build a stronger infrastructure of umbrella organizations to support the independent and freelance project-based companies. And they need to have dance written on those buildings in your center of your cities. That's really important. When I built a dance house in Ipswich, I said that my vision was that when you got into a taxi and you said, I'm going to the dance house, he took you there and you didn't have to give him the name of the street. And guess what? Since 2009, it works. You get into a taxi in Ipswich and you say dance house and they take you there. That is the success of dance for me. And I know it sounds silly, but for a taxi to know to go to the dance house instead of to I don't know where, for me that's massive, because dance is then part of your community. And I think it's really important that you all think about your communities. And since COVID, there's lots of empty spaces to, convert empty spaces, do deals with developers who are building apartment blocks and say, because in England we have Section 106 where you build a skyscraper and then they have to give back to the community, and that could be to a dance organization. They have to give you space, 100 years for 100 year. zlotki a year rent because they have to give back to the community. So it's about thinking really creatively about how you can make money grow without having to go out and get it, or doing deals with people is really, really important. I think because you have this tradition of opera houses, maybe there's a pledge that the government can make in their agreements with all the institutions that they have to give back to the independent community. They have space, they have staff. I've seen your big opera houses. They're massive. In England, and I'm not being dreamy, it can happen. The Royal Opera House in London has completely shifted how it's face to the community. And from small things like being the foyer open from 9 in the morning till 10 at night with cafes, so that homeless people come and have a coffee, mothers who are wanting to breastfeed go in and have a coffee. It's an open space, and they feel comfortable, because we don't know how scary it is for some people to go into theaters, because we go into theaters every day. So those models are really important. They're opening up the opera houses to choreographic residencies, having independent artists as associates in those houses and giving them time and space. And it just makes people realize it's not them and us, we're all in it together. And they're just little things that don't cost a lot of money, but the reaching out makes a big, big difference. As I've built dance houses across Poland, or change the name of some of them and make them cohabitations for people. But capital projects are sometimes easier to raise money for. And then you've got to sustain those, but they can be, I'll give you a few models in a minute. And review institutions and their funding to ensure their relevance and continued viability. So just because you're an institution that gets lots of money doesn't mean you can live forever. Sometimes they have a sell-by date. Sometimes it's time to say goodbye. Or sometimes you need to look at what are they doing. Are they meeting their key performance indicators, those famous KPIs that work in business, but they also work in the arts? Because then you can evaluate. If they're not doing their job, then the government can step in and say, well, you need to up your game and be doing what you're meant to do. Or we give you extra things to do to be part of the community. Models for funding. Well, we've all talked about government, cultural funding, national, provincial, municipal. You all know about European cultural funding. You're really good at all that in Europe. But there's other government support. Rafael mentioned farming. There's education funding. You can sometimes, in England, we have centers for advanced training where we get money from the education to train young dancers. And we go and find them in schools. We don't get them to audition for us, because children who come to audition for dance people are children who already go to dance classes. It's going into the classroom and finding the talent that might be the bad kid in the back row who is hyperactive and getting them involved. So we've got government funding for that. There's health and well-being. I don't know if you have a problem, but we have huge diabetes problem, huge overweight problem. We have dance with Parkinson's, which is very big in England. There are ways of unleashing money from health and well-being that's not going to take away from the art, but makes you much more part of those communities. And people need it more and more. We've got an aging population who needs to be much more active, and young children who are getting fat, who shouldn't be fat because they sit in front of computers all day long. So I think dance has a lot to offer, and international trade and export funding, really exploring. And don't, just because the first person you talk to says no, keep banging on their doors, finding out who might be interested. And I talked to 2 ladies at lunch about sport and football. We have a lot we can learn from football. We see them as the ones with all the money, but there's ways of partnering with sport to unleash money, expertise in health and well-being, because they've got lots of money to pay for interesting training and rehabilitation that we don't have. Corporate, look at your industries in this country. What is Poland well known for? Startups, tech industries, small and large businesses. It might take time. It might not be cash. Maybe they'll give you in kind. But it's about building those relationships for the long term. And just because you're small doesn't mean you can't invite them. Just have a rehearsal at the end of a production period, invite people for a glass of wine to talk to them, do some R&D. The first time I moved to where I lived in a rural community, I didn't know anybody. So I just printed the mailing list, and anyone who had a house that didn't have a number but was called like Rose Cottage or something, I invited them all. And some people thought, they went, I'm not sure why I was invited. And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. You were invited because your house sounded nice and you had money. And they came. And you build your mailing list, and you talk to people, and you find out who they are. And some of them surprise you, and they show up with a check one day. And it's quite moving because you've helped them make their life much more worthwhile. So don't be afraid to just invite complete strangers and have conversations with them, because they might be your future. They're your community, and they'll come back, and if they like what they see, they'll tell people. Trust in foundations, which you have many of. Crowdfunding, don't be afraid of online crowdfunding. It's really important. And finally, individuals. That check for 25 zloty may turn into a check for 250,000 zloty one day. You never know who people are, and you need to cultivate individuals. And I think that's really, really important. I've gone way over time. What can you support? We've talked about research and development. I think travel grants are really important, so you can get out and see what other people are doing. Go to festivals, do some shadowing for producers, to shadow producers in other countries. I think 3-year funding is really important. Maybe at the beginning when you're 21, you have to work a bit harder to, prove yourself. But R&D is really important. I think the tech industries understand R&D, business understands R&D, dance needs to understand R&D. And then as you succeed, your funding probably needs to be more diverse. Trainee programs so you can train future producers. Mentoring programs for artistic directors. You need to, and working with universities to help train people. And I've just given some examples of some organizations that are umbrellas. In England, we have an organization that I set up after COVID to support independence with, not me, but a team of freelancers. So if you want a brochure, you come in and you get that. If you need an application written, so you pay just for your service. And in Canada, there's something called Dance Umbrella, which is an amazing organization that's been around for 30 years, supporting independent sector. And finally, and the dance house model. I'm a big advocate of the dance house model. There are 2 different dance house models. There's the French, les centres chorégraphiques, which you probably know, which is very choreographer-led and choreographer-centric. So it's about one person's vision. And they're in beautiful buildings around France. I personally moved to England 30 years ago because I believed in the English model, which is more a pyramid. And not a pyramid in a bad way that's hierarchical, but it's a pyramid where you have the broader community coming to your building, from children with Down syndrome to the over 60s, to audiences, to people coming to your cafe, and then it works up to classes and training, residencies for professionals, having associate artists, to the pinnacle where you have great artists like Robert Bondara making a piece and bringing his company, or Crystal Pite. So it covers, and you have a theater, and you provide that. And I think the model is great because it's in a community. The community owns it. It's not owned by the art. And I don't believe in stage doors. Everyone comes in the same door because we're all the same. And you inspire children and everyone else by coming and communicating and meeting in a cafe. And I think that model is something you can do here very, very easily. And the benefits to a community are great. And you have to work with everyone. And there will be wars. I mean, I had the whole private dance school ladies who didn't want me there. And then you have the ballroom schools who don't want you there. And you just need to bring them in and work with people and show them that you're not a threat, that you want to work with them, and there'll be suspicion, there'll be all sorts of things, but it's about embracing everyone. Even if you don't completely believe in them, you need to bring them in so they buy into what you're about, on a multitude of levels. And I've given you some websites to look at some examples there. And in the UK now, they've created a network of the dance houses and other ones. Some final thoughts, and then we're going to open up to all of you. And I might be preaching to the converted, but just in case, build networks. And I know that Carolina and Carolina spoke about their network. There are networks operating. Learn from other countries. Join organizations. Join IETM, which is broader than dance. Because other art forms we can learn from. I have my views about IETM. It sounds like some people have their views about IETM, but it's a network. The European Dance House Network is another one. ISPA. So there's lots of people that you can learn from and share with. Develop a national strategy for the development of national dance hubs. And I don't say buildings, but centers, so that you have one picture of what it's going to look like. So your dream is shared with everyone. One in each region, identifying existing buildings or refurbishing other ones in partnership. And don't be insular. Dance needs to reach out beyond the dance community if it wants to be taken seriously and supported and raise awareness. I think it's really important. And listening to some of the comments here, you really need to see yourselves as one community, not different bits of the sector. Ballet isn't evil and nasty. It might have more money, but it's part of the broader, and you need to all work together. And from what I've heard today and from our panelists, I think everyone has that vision to want to work together. So on that note, I'm going to shut up because I've gone way over. Does anyone have any comments on what anyone else has said before we open up to the public? Jigos?
Yes. Mam informację z wozu realizacyjnego, że
I have information that there is no chat questions, so we can start our debate here on with the audience. Thank you. I have a very quick piece of information, but I see the director escaping. So it was the director. I'm a human. I wanted to escape, but I'll come back, and I would come back nevertheless. Director, we have a situation with the program Dance, the minimum amount, which is obligatory, because otherwise it wouldn't go through in the system. It was for this year, it was 50,000 zloty. I wanted to apply for 30,000, and I had to round it up to 50. I don't know how many entities wanted to apply for less, but had to apply for more. So those funds were not proportionate when we talk about the disproportion between the theaters, because you can't impact that. But the 50,000 when you want 30. There's a lady who could answer, so I give the microphone to Victoria, who knows everything about the program Dance, so she'll give you the answer. Thank you. Good afternoon. Answering your question. When I talk to you, I am aware of the fact that the limits of financing are not perfect. There are the limits which are specified by the minister's regulation, and this regulation is created in cooperation, yet it is created by the ministry, and they take final decisions. On our part, we can do everything to raise awareness in our ministry what your needs are, how to develop this program, and what suggestions you can receive, so it actually does make sense. But at this stage, we have the regulation, as it is, so we can just count for better direction, better changes. So it is just about the fact that, the funds we have, is not much. So if we can apply for lower amounts, more people could, receive them. Yes, this is minister's program. We are just the operator. We can only promise that we'll pass this message on. Thank you, Alexandra.
Dzień dobry, Aleksandra Bożyk-Muszyńska.
Alexandra,
Mam pytanie do
I'm a
pana
freelancer. A question to
Rafała,
Rafał,
który reprezentuje Narodowe
who
Centrum
represents
Kultury.
National Center of
Bardzo,
Culture.
lubiłam, mówił w czasie przeszłym,
I liked,
w innym wieku,
I talk in
Młoda
the
Polska.
past, I liked Young Poland program, and I speak on my behalf and somebody that it might be related to at some stage. Many programs have age restrictions up to the age of 30, 35. Over the last few years, I seem to have fallen in a gap. I am before the senior project and past the projects before 30, and I am in the 30-plus gap. And my question is related to the fact many of my colleagues, become choreographers, and they are not active on the stage. Not because they don't want to do that, but because we have lower support opportunities. And I wanted to ask if are there any plans? Is there a program which would be a support for people 30 plus or 35 plus, which would be like a mirror program similar to the Young Poland program? I applied several times. It didn't work for me, but I still think the program was, a good thing. Thank you very much for this question. These questions, well, I collect them and I'll pass the questions to the Ministry of Culture, because we are just the operator of the scholarship programs, Gaude Polonia, which is for our foreign friends and colleagues. They have age restrictions, and the second one is Young Poland for renowned Polish artists who develop various artistic forms. This issue, yes, I'm going to pass the message on. I'm going to address it slightly differently. Answering, your needs. I don't see a situation where you can't apply for funds, because our funds, we have about 100 million zloty, which is passed on in grants. I haven't said it yet, but our partners are institutional partners. We have about 60,000 projects, and many projects are very good, and the rest are very, very good ones. And it is a pain when it comes to choosing the best projects. But when it comes to including it, the main partner is the cultural center within a borough. And we recommend and encourage those who deal with all sorts of artistic forms that the applying entity would be the local cultural center, because the project can be aggregated in such a way that you can implement a component within the aspect that your local cultural center would like to apply for, and they have several tasks within one project, and very often those cultural centers combine various forms of art, and that I find very satisfying, because people spend more attention, devote more attention to cooperation, because it makes me think that we talk about things which are contradictory rather than those that are linking part. The 9 programs, it's with 4 programs, but National Center of Culture and the Ministry of Culture. I'm pretty sure you'll find space there, regardless of whether you are 6, 12 or older, because they are including, not excluding programs. Thank you very much. If I may refer to that, because I have this reflection after what you've said. I am a vice director of local municipal institution. I am not asked what repertoire I'm going to do by my mayor. If we are in the subject matter group, the ministry had more trust to those institutions and gave them more competence to represent the interest from top to bottom or bottom up, because then we can reach faster the essence of the things that we want. Any more questions? Thank you very much for your response. It was rather not emphasizing the restrictions and limitations. I don't want to take from one person to be given. What I have on mind, rather, whether there is a program that would be of support. Yes, I understand your answer, and I am going to look through it. It is going through various institutions to suggestions of programs and for activities for people my age. Any age is a good age. There's no good or bad age, of course, yes. And I wanted to add one more thing. So within the last 5 years at the National Center of Culture, the allocation went up from 70 to over 150 million. And this is not funds for NCK, but for the institutions which implement those tasks. So we keep trying and obtaining, because we feel that there are lots of projects which are worth financing. So we encourage to check out our programs.
Dzień dobry, Sandra Lewandowska.
Sandra Lewandowska, pedagog at the theatre producer, who is in this group of producers, and I also depend at the theatre cultural institutions. I'm dependent on theatre as well. I have a question to Rafał. Question is on settlement, because as producers we have problems with settling projects. It's easier for me because I am at the cultural institution, so the accountant will help me with settlements. But unfortunately, in the program that the National Center for Culture runs, cultural and intervention, which I have the pleasure to execute, and also within dance program, there was a big problem with regards to scans, printouts, and my question is on ecology. Is it possible that we could make settlement of those projects easier? Because yes, it's easier for me. I am at educational institution and I have assistance of accountants and many people, but if we're independent producers, then how can we, or whether we can at all, deal with that? Thank you for your question. I would pose this question to Supreme and Supervision Body, to the National Archive and some other institutions, where all of them require that we are during the 4th audit this year, because we have audit after audit, and I'm happy about that, because we have a very transparent policy when it comes to funds. We have this situation where one organization wished for all the documents copied and scanned. When it comes to ecology, I'm not talking about it, but as employees we have to execute those operations which are imposed on us by institutions. May I? A question to Assis. If I understood well, you spoke about dance houses, about a network of those dance houses, of those facilities, maybe as we understand it as centers of dance and choreography, which we often mention here. Do you know a system of creating those houses, a procedure, how they were generated, how they were appointed into life? Whether it was an open call or maybe some other procedure. Is there a system of creation of those dance houses, a system, in Europe? Thank you.
Okay, so I will give the example of the UK. So there was a consultant appointed by the Arts Council to review the state of dance in England. And the big challenge in England was that it was very London-centric. So 90% of dance was happening in London. How to get dance out of London was very much a premise. And this consultant went around the country, and what he found was that there were things happening in the regions on a small scale by these amazing pioneers, many of them women with a car and a bag, and they would be out working in schools, working in community centers, working in village halls, singing, you know, like a preacher of dance. Many of them Laban trained and going out there and doing that. And some of them were in buildings, some of them in old town, municipal town halls, some of them in schools, and schools had given them space. So his recommendation back in 1992, 93, was that there be a network of dance houses around the country. Now, some of it was political and some of it wasn't. It tried to be strategic, so people had to apply. And the place in London, even though it was in London, they decided there would be the perfect dance house model would be one that we could all aspire to. So the place got one, and each of those got £100,000 back then to get this status of, and they were called dance agencies. Terrible word. So there was one in London, there was one in Swindon, which is a small city of 150,000. There was one in Ipswich, which just was an office and a studio in a school. So when I got there, many years later, I had to build a building. There was one in Newcastle, which they built a building. There was one in Nottingham, so they built them around. I also ran the one in Birmingham, and that was basically Birmingham City said, we want one. They refused to write an application and just threw money at it, and they got one. So it wasn't all kosher how it was done. So the Birmingham one was based on, we want what everyone else has, and I went there as an outsider from Canada to try and sort it out, and today they have a fantastic building. So each of them got 100,000. Today, for instance, the one that I ran gets an Arts Council grant of, I believe it's £800,000. But that's only a portion of its funding. It's got a £2 million turnover. It's in a building. It gets money from the Department of Education. It raises about 150,000 from individuals, plus trust and foundations. So each is a different model, and each has grown in different ways. Some of them are no longer dance houses because they didn't follow the guidelines, or they failed when they were assessed by the Arts Council, and other new ones have come about. But it's a great model, and most of them have a small 100 to 200 seat theater, lots of studios, and they're right in the community and work with the community. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sure. One thing more. Still, it's a process of widening.
No, they've stopped. I hate to say this, but I think the status of dance in England has fallen from what it was a decade ago. I think theater is much stronger than dance. So we have big challenges. It had its heyday in the 90s and the early 2000s, and I think it might be lacking some leadership and ambition, which is a bit sad. When Carol came to the place, it was under this extraordinary leader. We were an amazing network. We were very internationally connected. And now I think, this sounds terrible, we're ticking too many boxes and maybe not doing the right thing. And there's not the money that there once was. And you need to be a really good fundraiser to sustain those buildings. You can't just rely on government funding. You need lots of pockets. We're lucky in Ipswich. It's not far from London. There's a lot of wealth and commuter. We're down the road from a place called Snape Maltings, where Benjamin Britten wrote all his music, and I did a lot of partnerships with them when I was there. So the most successful ones have got higher education, conservatoires working with them, or universities, and they're working, I think, partnerships, working internationally and nationally with your local community and the national community is how you can survive, because you've got to keep these things going, and running a building is expensive, and the government won't give you everything you need, so you need to work beyond. But I think the model in a community, and Ipswich, people used to say, why are you building this amazing international house in a city of 150,000? Well, it puts, you know, people come from around the world to work there. So I believe in aiming high and really giving a community something they can be proud of. And I think it does work. But you need to really look at the financial modeling of that so that you can sustain it. And whether that's, like in Dance East, we have a 100-year lease and a peppercorn rent. And that makes a big, big difference. And running community classes and you know, having a cafe and live music every Friday and Saturday. You need to really reach beyond dance if you want these things to work.
And how you evaluate it, whether it's worth to the money given?
Whether it's worth doing.
How you evaluate
if you, from every conversation I've heard here, you want to raise the profile of dance in your country. And you have an amazing, you have lots of cities in Poland that are, you know, they have opera houses. So if you think there's a value to having an opera house in every city, why is there no value to having a dance house? Because I find opera very inaccessible. Dance, anybody can dance, from a 2-year-old to a 90-year-old. So opera, a lot of people love opera, but a lot of people find it very alienating. So you either go to your opera houses and look at what they have and get them to partner up, or you build the equivalent. But I think you need to rethink. That's why I think you need to do an overview of what you have in Poland. Where are the hubs? Where is dance really active already? Like I met a nice lady from Rostock, I think, earlier. If she's already doing something really exciting, give her 100,000 to see how exciting she can make it. And evaluate it year on. I mean, she has to, you know, you have to meet the criteria, but if that can grow into something, then look at where there is already activity going on. Don't just dump it somewhere where there's nothing going on, but where there's a community of artists and a community of people who want it to work, and where there's lots of old warehouses that can be converted easily, that's where you want it to be.
Ten model, czy ja jestem słyszalna?
This model that we have suggested those 4 years ago as a suggestion to solve this problem or develop the networks of dance centers was based on co-organization and a gradual expansion of the number of those centers. Currently, after 3 years, the program changed and there is an annual competition, and I wanted to ask a question: how many centers have you got? Because I think that the model that we implemented for those 3 years is similar. It's got lots of possibilities and it reaches the regions. How many centers are there in the UK, and how did you solve the problem of the long-term financing of those centers?
Okay, I think there's about 7. So there isn't one in each region. They originally they had to have local funding and then national funding. We don't have provinces. So, for instance, in Birmingham, it's a big city, we had a lot of money. That's eroded over the years because central government has taken away municipal funding. So, but don't let me go into it. We just have a terrible government right now that's been in place for too many years. So it had to be a pyramid of funding in order to work. And then we had I don't know if you have this in Poland, but let's say you have this, we had district funding as well. So if we did community classes in a village hall, we'd get money from that community. So it was a pyramid of different funding, as well as trusts and foundations. So we'd go to British Telecom, British Gas, anyone who had, and did a lot of community work. So we had a lot of people going out. We did village hall touring. So it's a combination. It's not one funding pot. And they have to apply now every 3 years for 3-year portfolio funding from the Arts Council. So then you're guaranteed 3 years of funding, and you also, and it's quite rigorous, but it's a way of making sure, and some of them get additional funding from universities if they're running some courses. So it's a multi-level funding. I hope that helps.
Dzień dobry, jeszcze raz Anna Duda.
Good afternoon, Anna Duda, Theater Rosberg in Bytom, and I'm representing a group of producers too. I'd like to thank for all your speeches, and I think we should say, we should remember after the Congress to talk about inter-ministerial cooperation and to work between different communities and how to develop projects based on cooperation between different sectors and diversity of funds that we can use. We cannot forget about it. From the point of view of artistic development, we have to look first for funds from artistic priorities, but today we've talked a lot about how dance is related to different functions or is multidisciplinary, is multi-sector phenomenon. There are some solutions. Well, if you look at the European funds, for example, the well-functioning, there is a search engine for European funds. I don't want to tell you whether it's perfect or not. Naturally, there are some problems, like any tool, but I think something similar could be prepared as a simple place where we could find, browse different sources of funds for different sectors. And, well, I believe we do not have sufficient funds, and so, well, we could use an inter-sector model for some funds, so not only institutions representing different sectors, but also different institutions within one sector, so that these funds can be included in one project where several institutions apply together. I know that some regulations do not prohibit that, but I think we should encourage this cooperation between sectors so that we forget competition and we promote collaboration, because naturally the amount of funds are very important, but still these are producers' competences that have to be trained. Maybe we need more trainings, and many experts would agree with that, and I think they could share some good practices and to address about how to support NGOs in different projects. And in European funds, very often, let's say, there are some funds for independent, some independent entities needs to have their own funds. And so there needs to be some sources where there are no own funds. I don't know if that would be possible in the projects, but I think it's something worth talking about. If I may, I'd like to address the issue of competition and own funds, own contributions. So expanding the pool of money, like in the Art Zone program, well, this kind of money is suggested as a model, and it was brought to dance as an additional amount, big amount of money. We hope it's going to be even bigger in the future, and we hope it's going to cover even more areas. And this expansion causes a situation that the entities that are operators, they are excluded from some grant competitions. So, you know, avoiding double funding makes these operators just withdraw. Here, it's the short term is very important, so that the operator knows at what time they are operators, so that they can make decisions related to applying or not applying. And I'd like to say about own contributions, own funds, and securing such funds. This also requires long-term planning of grant competitions. If you are, for example, an art zone operator, because there is a lot of burden while developing relationships, providing infrastructure, providing own contributions, and for an NGO, like let's say we're now a stronger NGO, but if there is an NGO that deal with dance, that produce dance in Poland, these are usually small organizations that are fantastic producers, plus they attract money to Poland from other countries. Let's remember this. And these organizations have their own contributions, own funds, but there is a dangerous tendency, I believe, there is a dangerous tendency, meaning paying out part of the grant only after final settlement. In such a case, an NGO cannot secure their own funds on such an annual basis, you know. So there is a request. I have a request to maintain a situation where the entire funding is received before the end of the project. This problem was reported to me. That's why I wanted to tell you about it, so that we do not exclude NGOs from grant competitions. Again, a request for long-term grants, for possibility of planning partnerships, and long-term thinking about your region, about your audience, and about your community. Good afternoon, Alicja Czyczel. I'd like to tell you what comes to my mind after your speeches. So 2 points of view. On the one hand, the non-institutional and the NGO perspective, represented by independent producers. On the other hand, the institutional point of view, represented by the art zones. So, and referring to Mrs. Carreiro said, well, I have the impression that in Poland we have dance houses, but they do not have dance in their names. And these are art zones, przestrzenie sztuki. We have great leaders, Elżbieta, Ania, other operators of those venues, and these are just at the very start, because they are still based on 1 year grant system. And in my opinion, we already have experts. The example is a great speech by Mr. Grzegorz here, who know what they work for, what they need, and they communicate their needs to a broader group of people. So I believe that in Poland we are slowly developing these dance and choreography centers. What we need funding. We need, as Sonia said, we need long-term funding. I'm saying this as a choreographer, as an artist who wants to work with NGOs, with independent persons, but I also want to cooperate with institutions. And it seems to me that it's a bit surprising that, well, we have to talk about budgets. Mr. Rafał said 100 million. I was so surprised. I went to the website of the National Culture Center. Is this serious? And what percentage of this budget goes to development of dance, promotion of dance? Because maybe it's a good idea to visit you and to lobby so that the percentage, in the future, this percentage is higher. And now this Mr. Piotr Gliński, the minister, is not here. He also represents the institution that finances the development of dance, and I hope it's going to be to a higher degree in the future, because as a community we're underfunded and we need more funds. And because we do a good job and we see then other forms of art receive a bigger piece of cake, let's say. As my colleague said, we do not take away from others, we just want to share in a fair way. And I would like to pay your attention to the 2 points of view. Yes, I'm almost over. The 2 points of view are important. When we think about performative arts ecosystem, we have to think about institutions, dance houses, and choreography, and non-London, non-Warsaw. We have to think about Kielce, Gdańsk, Krakow, etc. And all the independent producers who, because I'm from Warsaw, so that both in Warsaw and away from Warsaw, we develop a sustainable ecosystem of performative arts. Thank you very much.
Postaram się w 1 minutę odnieść do tego.
I'll try to take just 1 minute to address that from the point of view of, Prime Minister Gliński, the Minister Gliński understands the need that we need permanent venues. Now we want to articulate that changing the concept of the program will dilute us. Maybe a different path, a different way, but certainly that concept is clear for the current government. We have this feeling. And so, if we have permanent venues, we will then need producers, and in the art zones, przestrzenie sztuki, I needed Joasia or Magdalena, and other people who came to the theater as external independent producers, because with our employees we weren't able to handle this large project. And that's why it's going to be natural that we need producers, just like you have TV, you have executive producers, etc., etc.
I'm just going to add your comment about, you already have art zones, but they're just not called dance houses, which is great. And I'm all for theaters opening their doors to having choreographers and artists in residence. But my only comment on that is that dance continues to be hidden under a name art zone, under a name opera house. And why, you moan that you haven't got the funding. Well, part of the reason is you've been hiding under everyone else's brand. So whilst it's great, and I think we still have a case for dance to shout out that we exist, and we're not hiding. We're not someone's stepsister. We are equal. And I think that's one of the problems with dance. We haven't had the bureaucrats talking about us and screaming about us. And so I strongly believe that we need to be equal in a community, wherever you are in Poland or anywhere, not just hiding under someone else's name. So,
Mamy, proszę Państwa.
Przepraszam.
Mam informację z wozu, że
we have a question from the internet. Is it possible for ministry to support theaters when covering the costs of using music pieces during performances, because the royalties are sometimes higher than ticket, let's say, profits from tickets? Well, I think it's already there. Yes, it's already there. Yes, when you have eligible costs, these include coverage of costs of copyrights. So I have a feeling that this has been taken care of. Maybe the question is, how can we think about it? We were talking about other eligible costs. Maybe just one more thing. Someone asks about something that already exists, So maybe let's look around. I'm sorry for saying that. Or maybe I'm not sorry, I'm just going to say this. Let's look around at the tools that we have. Because now I'm the deputy director of the National Institute of Music and Dance. I see situations where someone says it's not there, and then we look at our programs and it's there. You just have to look around, use it. Or, I know it's not perfect, we will try to keep expanding our offer, but our offer is what it is, for many reasons. And sometimes before you say it's not there, just make sure it's there or not. So the answer is, it is an eligible cost. All right, so I don't want to forget, dance funding, that's, we have the Act on Professional Artists. Let's remember that Mr. Artur Szklener, who was present here, he said that we're almost there. If maybe one of our requests should be that this act, this law be introduced. Yes, a joint letter of the dance community, but let's remember, you can just support our act on the website. Individually, there are very few signatures, not enough signatures. What's important for this law is going to regulate the situation of people that we work as producers, and this will make us not have to co-fund their insurance, because this law will allow them to be insured. So let's fight for it also as producers, yeah? Right? 1 minute left.
też już mało czasu. Chciałam jeszcze nawiązać do
We don't have much time. I wanted to get back to settlements, the grant settlements, because I know that the National Institute for Music and Dance implemented simplification within this respect. For some period of time, it wasn't required to file scans of documents, and the question was whether there is a potential and a possibility that we go in this direction to simplify the settlement documentation. Naturally, I fully understand that public funds require due respect, and we need to maintain full attention and control, with the assumption that control is possible within a particular period of time, etc. Well, the question, is it possible to simplify those ways of settlement? And possibly this might be related to the international direction, European direction, where settlements are based even on indicators and not just on filing, submitting copies of the documents. On behalf of the Institute, I think the professor already answered it. We are subject to the minister, so the controlling bodies which require that we have a particular set of documents. Unless it changes over there, us as an institution have no way to do. We are 38 seconds past the time. We need to finish now. We have the lobby. If we could have a wrap up, and we need to close it down.
Yeah, we're going to have to close down, so I just want to, there's lots of points that we've come up with today. I don't think I want to, but multi-year funding, remuneration of producers, guidelines for fees and salaries, raising the status of dance and the profile of dance, working amateur to professional and community links, dance houses for whatever they may be, diversification of funding and partnerships and working together, which came from the audience as well. A very big thank you to, let me get your name right, Gregory, to Sonia, to Carolina, and Rafal, and to Carol. So, and thank you to all of you for staying for our final session. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for this interesting panel and for your interventions. I am very pleased that what Assis declared at the beginning was implemented here, that we go up to the high level with the belief that we can implement changes for the better, that we have specific problems, we seek solutions to them, and I would like to thank you very much. Now we are heading towards the end of the Congress. I will welcome you to view the relation from the first day of the Congress.
Trzeci Kongres Tańca jest kontynuacją pierwszego i drugiego Kongresu Tańca, podczas których padały różne postulaty dotyczące potrzeb środowiska artystów tańca w Polsce. I myślę, że jest pewnego rodzaju podsumowaniem tego, o czym mówiliśmy przy okazji pierwszego i drugiego kongresu. I takim momentem,
bardzo prosimy o pozostanie podczas zamknięcia.
Please stay here because we're going to have a wrap up and summarize. We're going to summarize the whole Congress.
Powinna dotykać też problemów, czy chcemy coś zmieniać i w jaki sposób chcemy zmieniać, a przede wszystkim jaka jest celowość tych zmian.
Taniec nie jest uważany za ważną dziedzinę naszego życia i często w związku z tym jest lekceważony. Ponieważ na trzecim kongresie będą poruszone bardzo różne aspekty działalności tanecznej, jego walory edukacyjne, jego walory inscenizacyjne, przestrzeń dla sztuki tańca, jego finansowanie. Mam nadzieję, że dzięki temu taniec silniej zaistnieje w świadomości każdego Polaka.
Wydaje mi się, że największym wyzwaniem jest pełna integracja naszego środowiska wokół palących problemów, które są troszeczkę różne dla tancerzy instytucjonalnych i nieinstytucjonalnych, ale myślę, że wszystkich nas łączy po pierwsze ustawa o statusie zawodowego artysty, a także wszelkie kwestie związane zarówno z wykonywaniem zawodu, jak i z edukacją.
Infrastruktura jest bardzo ważna, a infrastruktura taneczna nie jest w Polsce infrastrukturą bogatą, porównując bardzo bliskie kraje, które są tuż obok nas, za granicą tą infrastrukturę mają i taniec jest silniej zaznaczony.
Panel, w którym brałem udział, panel dotyczący infrastruktury, poruszał też tematy zespołów baletowych, ich struktury, autonomii w strukturze teatru operowego, więc to jest rzecz paląca, rzecz absolutnie do zmiany, tak żebyśmy mogli nadążać za standardami międzynarodowymi i żeby świat tańca nam po prostu nie uciekał.
Wydaje mi się, że to jest już czas, kiedy dojrzeliśmy jako środowisko, żeby wyartykułować to, co taniec potrzebuje za 2 lata, za 5 i za 10. I myślę, że panele temu na pewno służą.
Jesteśmy tuż przed spektaklem Bestie w mojej choreografii i reżyserii. Spektakl inspirowany jest życiem i twórczością Brunona Schulza. Dotyka przede wszystkim sfery ujarzmiania własnych bestii. Jest bardzo taki uniwersalny i myślę, że każdy z nas może fajnie przeczytać ten spektakl, a tym bardziej, że gramy go dla niesamowitego naszego środowiska sztuki tańca i tym bardziej jesteśmy otwarci na feedback i na taką konfrontację z naszą fizycznością i naszym wyobrażeniem, czym teatr tańca jest tutaj, szczególnie w Bytomiu.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody once said all the good ends at some point. Those 3 days, I feel, have been really good, but there is a time of conclusions, of wrapping up, of closing. I would like to see, thanks to Bogumiła Ratajczak-Kowalska, we have this image, so we can see what panels we went through, where we saw the strong points, which should be guidelines for us. Us, as National Institute for Music and Dance, will try to prepare a report on the Congress and the requirements and our demands. The professional education is one of the directions. We need to speak one voice. Popularization. Can we have the next one, please? I'm not going to read them all. It will be in social media. I leave it for you. The issues related to top performance, an act on professional artist status. Infrastructure. We continue talking about infrastructure. About the role of the space of art, regional centers, national centers, about how dance is supposed to function in opera theaters. We spoke about it, about ballet teams, people who lead relationships in the dance environment, which is a very important thing. Among all those things that we've got here, I would like to indicate, and I believe it's true, we see positive changes. Let's make them visible.
Ja nie muszę ale to będę teraz się garbił.
Now I will get a hump, so I don't know what's better. So maybe
Tutaj rozmawiamy z wozem, jak to powiedział.
I speak to the people in control. Involvement of the environment, the need for comprehensive changes. Let's see the next slide. Accessibility, a very important panel. Accessibility at all levels. At the level of infrastructure and access to means, mutual understanding, openness, that we need to look after it jointly. This is a beautiful subject, the community, popularization of dance, how dance is supposed to be popularized. So, you know, it's about what you've spoken about, creating the audience. We need to make the entire nation to dance, expanding the group of recipients, building the audience and promotions. Audience varies, they come with various needs. Let's celebrate variety of dance, competition and public finances, that's a question. And how we can finance, what is the objective of marketing, the ways we communicate. I leave you with those thoughts, with those ideas, and a request that we all try and seek common answers and financing the closing panel. We need time, multi-year programs, but we need to be able to justify why we need those programs. We know that, but we need to make those, it depends on, we need to make them convinced. Creative thinking on how to do fundraising. Fundraising is also a creative form. It's a creative operation which involves other creative operations. Here we show a system of financing dance. All those subjects, I think they're visible right here. I can say that somehow we've managed to achieve, when building this program for the Congress, I kind of have a feeling, I'm not sure if it's a mutual feeling, because it's not what I feel, but what you feel was important. But I feel that we managed to show that dance is an ecosystem. This has been mentioned here. Individual areas overlap, that the change must happen in all those areas so we can go forward in dance, through dance. And I think that I've mentioned that I wanted to say thank you. I'd like to go through to thank yous, because with Director Lech, we wrote in our introduction that we would like this time of the Congress to be a time of specific work, that it would be the celebration of dance. I perceive it as celebration, that we talk, we don't necessarily always agree, which is beautiful, but we seek solutions. And this celebration and this excessive work would not be possible without all those I would like to thank now. I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage for participation in this very important event. I would like to thank the Silesian Museum, which is the partner of this event and which was our host for those 3 days. And I would like to say that thank you to Maria Czarnecka and Damian Rak, the coordinator, if they could please accept our thank you for all of those that supported us. I would like to thank for the honorary patronage Prime Minister Piotr Goliński, Minister of Culture and National Heritage, as well as the Marshal of the Silesian Province, Jakub Chełstowski, media patronage for the promotional support. TVP Kultura, Radio SK Jazz Press, magazyn Taniec, Didaskalia, Dziennik Zachowy, Opera Lovers, teatralny.pl, and also nasze miasto Katowice.pl. It seemed like those funds that people who communicate us, they'd come and they were interested in what we did. The numbers of people that we spoke to and you spoke to, it would go outside, it would be external, and it would build the awareness that we do exist, that we are important. I would like to thank very much for cooperation at the additional events, Rozbark Theatre and ZAIX Association and Zespół Pieśni i Tańca Śląsk.
Ważnym wydarzeniem
An important event preceding this Congress was the Silesian Day of Dance. As I've said, it's not a coincidence that the Congress is held in Katowice. It is seeing and recognizing this great potential within dance that this region holds, and at the same time, as I've said, beginning a Congress journey through other cities and facilities which are important for Polish dance. I'm not going to mention those facilities because we all know them. Because I have said we can plan the Congress for the next 12 years ahead. I'd like to thank you, because it wouldn't happen. All those entities that organize it, Teatr Rozrywki i Chorzba, Opera Śląska, Śląsk, Teatr Tańca i Ruchu Rozbark, Music Academy, Teatr Tańca, Ballet School, General Ballet School, Ludwik Różycki in Bytom. Ludomir. I do apologize, I never remember the name. Ludomir Różycki.
Wydział Teatru Tańca w Bytomiu, Akademii Sztuk
Wydział
Teatralnych.
Dance Theatre in Bytom, Theatre in Krakow, Katowice, Miasto Ogrodów, Institution of Culture by Krystyna Bochenek, and all those entities that requested access. And here again, this event that so many entities participated in, I see the great potential of dance in Silesia. It wouldn't be possible without a coordinator. Great thank you to Ewelina Cieśla, and Ewelina, please accept a warm thank you for all those who have participated in the organization of this event. And now I would like to come back here so we can thank internally for those 3 days that have happened. All panelists, all of them, for a great amount of work, involvement, the time devoted and constructive approach. I would like to thank you because I witnessed your work for preparation for those panels, and the amount of work you've put in to develop a model of functioning of those panels in order to present them here is something I would like to thank you for. At the same time, I'd like to say that being here, participating in the Congress, sort of arose some ideas, and I share them with you, how we could implement some changes in the structure of the Congress in the future, so they'll be even more efficient, so I don't have to interrupt anybody or take the mic away. So we'll undertake action activities for the benefit. People who cooperate with us, Bogumiła Ratajczak-Kowalska, for great work she's performed. This is work on so many levels. This is also artistic work, but conceptual work, and it's of great value to me that it's with some perspective from the outside, because we're all emotionally involved. And I think that Bogumiła has a slightly more sober approach, and she's just presented that not all of us might agree, but that's the external world perceives us. I'd like to thank the sign language interpreters Iwanowicz and Iwona Piech. Great thank you, and simultaneous translator Ewelina Hor and Bartosz Kumanek. Thank you. I would like to thank the technical staff, the team at the Silesian Museum Photo Room, all those without whom this Congress would not happen in terms of technicalities. All camera people, sound staff, photographers, people doing streaming. Big thank you to you guys.
Lots of thanks to those who have supported us selflessly in creating this event. Volunteers: Kinga Szema, Paulina Michalska, Konstancja Zagartowska, Sara Miądowicz, Zofia Szczecina, Natalia Frelich, Antonina Dąbrowska, Karolina Klasa, Aleksandra Nowakowska, Zofia Zełeb. Thank you very much. I asked my team to get me this sheet so that I do not skip anyone, so that I don't forget about anyone. If I did forget, I apologize. So thank you for all those who I have not listed. All of those. Great thanks. And now, all those persons close to my heart, the entire team of the International Institute of Music and Dance, in particular the dance department. Right here you can see the dance department, there the dance department. Without your work and gigantic effort, team effort, it was real teamwork to make this meeting come true on many levels. Formalities, contracts, contacts, relationships, then activities taking place here. I'm going to do this. I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to say Aleksandra Kleinroch, Ewa Salva, Karolina Bilska, Dorota Mentrak, Natalia Drozdowicz, Katarzyna Skiba, Maciej Senik, Patrycja Areńkucz. And now all these people had to be coordinated. Alicja Kosińska.
Zapraszamy Cię, Alicjo. Natomiast
and the Institute and the Congress is not only the dance department. Great thanks to the Communications Office, Agata Szymczak, And now give me support. Please support me, because I don't remember all the names. Agnieszka Wyszomirska. Joanna Szcześniak. Krzysztof Wargenau. And great thanks to some people. This person is absent. The accounting department that has supported us, Mrs. Camila. And great thanks to Director of the National Institute of Music and Dance, Lech Dzierżanowski. His attitude demonstrates that the Institute is a music of music and dance. His understanding and support for all of our activities, and his presence here, his interest, his willing to get to know us, get to know the ideas of dance, the problems of dance. That was very significant, and great thanks for this.
Zbliżamy się powoli do tego momentu, w którym
And it's almost the time to end the Congress. Now I'd like to use the chance that I have. I have the mic with me. I want it to be personal, but I hope what I'm going to say is going to go from personal to the general. From the personal to the general. This is a very important event. The possibility to meet, and there are some conditions that make such meetings come true. I am very thankful to Assis Carreira for coming here, and as Assis said, we've known each other for 18 years. And the first important word is trust. I was running a foundation at the Center of Contemporary Dance at that time, and I wrote to Assis, who organized rural retreat for future dance leaders, without even believing that she would accept me. But something inside me believed and trusted me. So someone trusted in me, and thank you very much for this. And as a result of that, I spent quite a long time in the Place Center, where I got to know John Ashford, that you might associate with the Airways network. And from the many conversations that we had, I especially remembered one word: generosity. Generosity. So in the dance industry, we have to be generous, not on many levels, not only on the financial level, but on many other levels. Selfless exchange. To do something because I believe it will help someone, that it will help dance, and that it will come back to me. So it's very, very important. And one more personal thing: I do not have a pension, a dancer's pension, and I'm going to be I was born in the first year from which people are not going to get the dancer's pension. And with all the difficulty of that, Krzysztof Prastor told me, do a professional reorientation program for dancers. So it's about giving someone a chance, and whether we want to use this chance or not. However bitter these chances are, because that moment was very bitter for me, and so it was for many other people. And then someone called me and suggested that I should be the director of ballet in Szczecin, and I moved from Warsaw to Szczecin for 7 years. I think I did many great things with people, thanks to everything that we had done before. And now somehow I'm standing here, and it's not a story about me, although it can be a case study. But it's a story that if you use the trust, the generosity, if you use the opportunities, if you accept the bitter things in reality, then we're going to go forward. to move forward. And I don't know who said it, but we're all the same. It doesn't matter whether I am from ballet, whether you're from contemporary dance or folk dance. It's great. It's good to know good to know your position. When you know what your position is, you can look around. You can see who you can work with, who you don't want to work with, where to develop some space, for whom. So I'm very happy that this Congress has taken place and that it has looked what it looked. And I guess now I wish one more thing about dance documentation. The Polish representation ballet book was published, which talks a lot about the potential of Polish dance, but also about some things that were difficult and which made it a dream of power, a short one, a short-lived dream. When we were preparing the Congress, this Congress, the National Institute of Music and Dance received from Mr. Janusz Smoliński a number of materials, such as the music movement from 1966, the situation of the Warsaw Ballet. I asked that this be printed out as Congress materials, because all these subjects that we are discussing now, they were already discussed in 1966. And at the very end, let me tell you that my dream is that one day, in 3 years' time, when the dance community collects, so I hope that we're going to discuss different subjects, different problems, or in a completely different context, so that we are ahead, so that we've made progress. We will have made progress in the future. This is my wish. Thank you very much for your presence here, and I'd like to thank all those who have been watching us online. And let me say this. The third Dance Congress is over. Now, representatives of organizers, let's have a picture taken on stage together.